Let's be in the mood of prayer. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. May the peace of Allah be upon you all. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, all praises be to Allah, the Lord of the universe. May his peace and blessings be upon the great prophet of mercy, the incomparable general, Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa alihi wa sallam. We have assembled here today under the banner Mig Business Forum to share experiences together. Indeed, we are one single big family from our Creator, Allah the Almighty. It doesn't matter your tribe, your color, your religion, or wherever you might come from. The important thing is that we should share love with one another. There is no doubt that this forum is going to be of great benefit to those of us here and beyond. To start a program of this nature, obviously, we have to commit it in the hands of our Creator. Allah the Almighty, we pray that you be with us from the beginning of this program and take us through to the end successfully. We'll be receiving a lot. We pray that you help us to benefit and benefit maximally. When you observe critically, you realize that there are a lot of good persons in the world. When you look around and you can't get one, be one yourself. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta alayhim. Ghayral maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Wassalamu alaykum wa rahmatullahi.
We're grateful to you, Sheikh Abdul Mumin Dalu, the Chief of Zongo Tamale, for the prayer. Respectfully, I invite to join us up on stage Alhaji Ben Abdallah Banda, Esquire, together with Dr. Maxwell Ampong. A round of applause as they come up. It was the Holy Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam who told us that if men gather to benefit you something, they'll be merely benefiting you what He, Allah, has already predestined. In the same vein, if men gather to deny you something, they'll be merely denying you what He, Allah, has already denied you. The pens have been lifted and the pages have dried. It is for this reason we gather here as one big family, thanks to Allah, and by whose gracious provision we have received this precious gift, the MIG Business Forum, organized by the Maxwell Investments Group in collaboration with the Zongo and Inner Cities Development Secretariat under the Office of the President, where today we embark on a very sustainable path to achieve many milestones of human well-being for our communities. We do this in a spirit of solution-orientedness and people-centeredness. My name is Ajololo. It means Allah's great reward or blessing. And that's why I count it all joy that I'm amongst you for this great day. I greet you, therefore, I greet you therefore as my brothers and sisters, and I say Assalamu alaikum. This morning, we at the MIG Group acknowledge with immense gratitude our numerous stakeholders who have come here for this morning's righteous endeavor. Allow me to make welcome chief amongst us, the paramount chief of Sanerigu, together with his sub-chiefs and elders from Sanerigu, who is also a board member of the Zongo Development Fund. Would you please make welcome His Royal Highness, Ambassador Na Yakubu Abdullahi. We welcome you ever so warmly. We're joined also by the Chief Jimala, who is the Chief of Wangara, Greater Accra, and Special Advisor to the National Chief Imam and Board Member of the Zongo Development Fund. We also acknowledge with gratitude the man who brought us blessings from Allah, the Chief of Zongo Tamale, Sheikh Abdul Mumin Dalu, together with the sub-chiefs from Tamale Zongo. And so with the blessing of our chiefs and elders, allow me now to make welcome our resource persons who join us on the days. We're joined by a very celebrated Ghanaian who has retired from his active passion of banking and now serves with warm-heartedness the good people of Pushigu. Ladies and gentlemen, make welcome the Pushigulana Na Alasan Andani. We receive with gratitude the Presidential Coordinator for the Zongo and Inner City Development Secretariat under the Office of the President of the Republic, Alhaji Ben Abdallah Abanda Esquire. Thank you. Let's also make welcome a great friend of today's endeavor, the CEO and co-founder of Mineral Labs UK, Max Bunda. Thank you. A man in whom I have a brother and a friend, ladies and gentlemen, the convener for this great day, the CEO of Maxwell Investments Group, yours and mine, Dr. Maxwell Ampo. It's a tall list of acknowledgements, including captains of industry, representatives from Muslim groups, but most importantly, we also have with us representatives from the Ghana Muslim Students Association. Please rise and let us acknowledge you. There they are. Our future, mashallah. And so there are a lot more acknowledgements I'll be doing intermittently in the course of the event. Since time is fast spent, allow me to just zoom straight into the program. Today I'm blessed because my Hausa vanished many years ago, but I have a brother who will be joining me to interpret in Hausa. Ladies and gentlemen, make welcome my own brother and friend, Abdallah Sham Unbakun, journalist and local correspondent for Radio France International and Maraba FM. Thank you for joining us. I shall be inviting you to help us in the course of the event. When we look through the event today, it's a very loaded program, but we will do our best to make sure that everything proceeds on time, on point, and on message. To welcome us all is the visionary behind today's endeavor. Would you please make welcome the CEO of the Maxwell Investments Group, Dr. Maxwell Ampo.
Thank you, Jerry. One more round of applause for Jerry. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, fellow professionals, esteemed panelists, and all protocols observed. Good morning and welcome to our forum. It is an honor to stand here before you today to welcome you to this event as we gather to discuss and explore strategies for navigating the economic downturns with a particular focus on the resilience of the Zongo and inner cities of Ghana and their immense capacity and potential for growth. Our theme for the forum, Avenues to Maneuver During an Economic Downturn, is both timely and crucial. As we all know, the world is constantly changing, and the economic landscape is no exception. The recent years have witnessed several economic challenges, both all over the world and locally. But we are not here to dwell on problems. No. Rather, we are here to find solutions, seize opportunities that lie amidst these challenges. There are opportunities within all of these challenges, and our focus is on how we, as a community, can harness our strengths, our resources, and the creativity to build resilience and foster growth in the face of adversity. Throughout the day, you will hear from a distinguished lineup of speakers and panelists who will share their insights, experiences, and perspectives on a wide range of topics. Nevertheless, again, this forum is not just about listening. It is about engaging with one another, exchanging ideas, and most importantly, taking action. It is an impact forum. We encourage you to actively participate in the panel discussions and ask questions. A healthy portion of this forum has been set aside specifically for audience engagement. The core philosophy that drives our approach to organizing the MIG Business Forum is that we firmly believe that ideas are open source, a vital resource that should freely be shared and accessible to everybody. By bringing together thought leaders like yourself, experts and stakeholders within various sectors, we create a platform for the exchange of knowledge, opportunities, and ideas that can inspire, challenge, and ultimately contribute to the betterment of our nation, Ghana. This forum, organized by Maxwell Investments Group in collaboration with the Zongo and Inner Cities Development Secretariat under the Office of the President of Ghana, is a testament to our commitment to fostering a spirit of collaboration, a spirit of innovation all across board, not just from one sector, but all across board. Let us seize the opportunities laid for today and together chart a path towards a better, more resilient, more prosperous future for Zongo and Inner Cities, and by extension, the whole country. Once again, I want to extend a warm welcome to you. May our time together be both enlightening and empowering as we continue to explore the avenues to maneuver during an economic downturn and discover the new strategies to ensure the resilience of Zongo and Inner Cities of Ghana and your immense potential for growth. Thank you all. Thank you.
One more time, a round of applause, Dr. Maxwell Ampong, for welcoming us warmly and clearly stating our theme for today, avenues to maneuver during an economic downturn. I hope with all the interventions that will come forth, we'll be able to distill some of the strategies to make that happen. To introduce our chairperson for today, please welcome brother mine, Faisal.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. At this juncture, I'm here to introduce the chairman for this August occasion. Upon deliberations, MIG Business Forum 2023 has been given a befitting chairman. The chairman is a retired Foreign Service officer. He did his national service at Damascus from the year 1977 to 1978. 1978, he joined the Foreign Service, where he rose from the position of Assistant Director to the position of Director. In the year 2006, he was appointed as the ambassador for Congo Brazzaville. Due to his efficiency and competence, he was once again appointed in the year 2009 to 2013 as the ambassador to Senegal, with the concurrent accreditation to Mauritania, Cape Verde, and the Gambia. He is a board member for Zongo Development. He's no other person than the Sanarna, the paramount chief of Sanarigu traditional area, Ambassador Yakubu Abdullahi. IMG Business Forum 2023 participants. Your Chairman Ambassador Yakubu Abdullahi, and Chairman, your people. Thank you.
Now, Chairman, your audience, our Chairman.
Thank you, Senior Jololo. Very eloquent MC. Distinguished guest of honor, Naba Propishulana, Honorable Coordinator, Zongo and Inner Cities Development Secretariat, Dr. Maxwell Ampong, CEO and all executives of the Maxwell Investment Group, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I recognize the CEO of the Zongo Development Fund. You're all welcome. It is with a sense of trepidation that I accept the great honor to chair this august assembly. Considering the plethora of highly capable personalities here, each of whom could as well been the choice for chairman. Since the mantle has fallen on me, however, I do wholeheartedly assume the responsibility, nursing no doubt whatsoever that I can count on the cooperation of all present to see this function to a successful conclusion. I avail myself of this opportunity to express my heartfelt gratitude to the Honorable Coordinator of the Zongo and Inner Cities Development Secretariat and the executives of Maxwell Investments Group for collaborating to organize this function and for deeming me a worthy participant therein. As chairman, I thank all present for accepting the invitation and welcome you to this function. The theme before us is, quote, avenues to maneuver during an economic downturn, unquote. In this context, from the letter of invitation sent to me, we are required to discuss potential opportunities in the current global economic downturn, especially in the agricultural sector, focusing on pragmatic solutions that can be adopted to face related challenges. There is no gainsaying that the organizers have chosen a good subject, considering the current economic downturn, the economic turbulence, and the need for innovative ideas and measures to redeem our country therefrom. Agriculture, with the right measures in place, in my view, is a low-hanging fruit from which we can get rapid results in terms of increased productivity and value addition in the short term that will enable our country not only to feed itself, but also earn substantially more from exports to cushion our currency, as well as to reduce our dependency on foreign goods and accompanying vulnerabilities to external shocks that threaten the very sovereignty of our country. Our Zongo communities are an important cog in the wheel of national development, and their role in this respect cannot be overestimated. I see before us a very rich program spanning subjects including useful, affordable education and economic resilience, health insurance in the Zongo communities, the role of technology in nation building, and Ghana's digital transformation. From the foregoing, and with the caliber and rich experience of the personalities to lead us in the deliberations, I have no doubt that we will have good discussions and outcomes that will more than meet the expectations of the organizers. I thank you all for your attention. Long live our homeland, Ghana.
One more time, let's hear that for our able and willing chairman for today, the Paramount Chief of Saniribu, His Royal Highness Ambassador Na Yakubu Abdullahi. We thank you for accepting to chair this occasion for us. And this is where all the welcome remarks come to an end. This is where we say marahaba. Am I correct? Allow me this morning to also acknowledge with gratitude some great collaborators in our quest. We're joined by Mr. Richard Yao Eko. He's the acting head of business of Case One. A round of applause. Thank you. We're joined by the head of training, General Agricultural Workers Union, Mrs. Emilia Gansa. Thank you. We make welcome the CEO of Cosmopolitan Health Insurance, Dr. Beatrice Amponsa. The board chair of the Zongo Development Fund, Mr. Seidu Nasigri. And a man we know, we love, and certainly can't do without, the CEO of the Zongo Development Fund, Mr. Arafat Suleiman. Thank you. I shall be doing a lot more acknowledgements as the event proceeds, I beg your pardon. Here to give us a summary of all that's been said in Hausa, please welcome my brother, Abdallah Sham Bako. He has done nothing wrong, please.
I'm privileged to be amongst you today, and my job is very simple. I'm here to do a bit of translation in the Hausa local language. Wannan taro yana karkashin wato ofishin Sakatariyar Kula da Zango da kuma Raya Tsakiyar Birane, wanda yake a karkashin kulawar ofishin shugaban kasar Ghana, tare da haɗin gwiwar MIG, wato Maxwell Investment Group. Me dalilin haɗa wannan taro shine a duba ta wasu hanyoyi ne za a iya a samar da ci gaba mai ɗorewa ta fuskar kasuwanci da kuma bunƙasa sana'o'inmu, domin yana da matukar muhimmanci a ce yau da kullun tafiyan da ake yi bai kamata a bar mu a baya ba, ya kamata ko me za a yi ya zama na yake mu ma muna ciki. Shine yau aka haɗa wannan taro manya-manyan masana ƙwararru wanda yake sun goge a harkar kasuwanci zo su fadakar da mu ga hanyoyi da ya kamata a yi, in za ka yi kasuwanci ga abin da ya kamata ka yi, ga dabaru, domin me an gano cewa ƙasar Ghana na fama da matsalar karayar tattalin arziki. Mu duka mun san abin da ke tafiya. To cikin wannan yanayi da muke ciki an gano cewar al'ummar Zango mu ne abin kan ya fi shafa. To ta wani hanya za mu farfado daga cikin waɗannan matsaloli shine yau za a zo a nuna mana kai wannan kai wancan ka haɗa wannan kasuwanci ko ka bijiro da wannan dabaru da dai sauransu, shine abin da manya za su fadakar da mu. An kun ga da aka gabatar da maga kujerar wannan zama, ambassador wato babban basarake Yakubu Abdullahi ya yi bayani cewa ya ce abu mai matukar muhimmanci shine harkar noma. domin harkar noma shine harka da za a iya a taimaka ƙasa ta bunƙasa. Da harkar noma za mu yi me mu je mu yi haɗa kayan nomanmu mu kai su a kasuwannin duniya mu saida su mu samu kuɗin shiga baiwa ƙasar nan. Ya ce idan ko mun san wannan dabaru kuma mun gano ta wannan hanyar, ya ce wannan hanyar banda ma zallan zai zama hanyar kasuwanci mu ma mu samu kuɗi zai taimaka wa wannan ƙasa domin farfado da tattalin arziki da ke muke bukata. Ya ce gaskiya Zango na da matukar rawa da ya kamata ta taka, saboda an samu da kasuwanci, an samu da dabaru na ƙanana to yau in mun ji manya abin da za su faɗi zai taimaka mana gaya. Banda hakan kuma wanda suka magana suka ce yanzu haka inda abin ya kai mun saurara mu ji daga bakin manya wasu dabaru za su faɗi mana menene abubuwa da ya kamata za mu yi duba a kai mu ma mu ribanci wannan taro da aka shirya muna kuma mai amfani mu. A takaice bayani da ke akwai kenan. Thank you, I appreciate you.
I lived in the north of Nigeria, Maiduguri to be precise. My Hausa was flawless. But when I came to Ghana, the Ghanaian girls spoiled it for me. I remember I went to say something like Bawondo, and they beat me very hard, and all the Hausa left. Thank you very much, my brother Abdallah Sham. In moving on, we would like to now delve into a few perspectives. This morning, we're joined by the Presidential Coordinator, Zongo and Inner City Development Secretariat, under the Office of the President. Would you please make welcome for the keynote address, the Honorable Ben Abdallah Banda.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Our revered chairman, Na Ambassador Yakubu Abdullahi, our respected special guest of honor, Na Dr. Al-Hassan Andani, my friend Dr. Maxwell Ampum, CEO, Maxwell Investment Group, Mark Bunde, our friend from the UK, Sheikh Abdul Mumin Dahu, Chief of Tamale Zongo, my brother, the CEO of the Zongo Development Fund, Dr. Arafat Suleiman, the Chief of Wangara, Chief Jumaila, the staff of the Zongo Development Fund and the Zongo Development Secretariat, national executives of the New Patriotic Party, our respectable coordinators who are here with us, Zongo coordinators who are here with us. There are a number of people here present. Our executives from the inner cities, they are also present. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to stand before you today as the Presidential Coordinator of the Zongo and Inner Cities Development Secretariat under the Office of the President of Ghana. We are gathered here at the MIG Business Forum organized by Maxwell Investment Group in collaboration with the Zongo and Inner Cities Development Secretariat and the Fund to embark on a journey towards progress, innovation, and community development. Last year, the Zongo and Inner Cities Development Secretariat, and on behalf of the Zongo Development Fund, formalized a partnership arrangement with Maxwell Investment Group, known within the industry as MIG, to complement the enormous efforts and impacts made by the government of Ghana within the Zongo and Inner Cities communities across Ghana. Under the partnership agreement, MIG will work closely with the Secretariat and the Fund to organize forums, training workshops, and town hall meetings with our beloved country's leaders, members, and stakeholders. These initiatives aim to draw the youth and other community leaders towards entrepreneurial market opportunities that become available occasionally. Now, Chairman, In line with our shared mission statement, both MIG and the Secretariat recognize the importance of social entrepreneurship in addressing the challenges faced by our communities. Accordingly, we are committed to fostering a communal bond between local and international stakeholders, corporate and non-corporate, to empower our local entrepreneurs, business people, and MSME owners within the Zango and inner cities to develop and fund solutions that directly impact social issues. I would like to acknowledge, thank, and commend Dr. Maxwell Ampon as an executive ambassador to the Zango and Inner Cities Development Secretariat. His role now as an ambassador to the Secretariat and the Fund is a testament to our belief in the importance of public-private sector partnerships and global strategic alliances to create meaningful change in our Zango and Inner Cities communities. Now, Chairman, since his appointment, Dr. Maxwell Ampon has been communicating opportunities that can be restructured within our Zango and Inner Cities communities as avenues to maneuver during any economic downturn, hence the theme of this maiden forum. The team at Maxwell Investment Group has been working on activating the bamboo industry within our local communities. Bamboo, often called green gold, has played a significant role in the economic lives of many communities, particularly in Asia and South America. This fast-growing and renewable plant has been an instrumental catalyst in shaping the livelihoods of millions of people for centuries. Bamboo has been a cornerstone of economic activity throughout Asia, especially in rural areas. In countries like India, Indonesia, the Philippines, and Vietnam, bamboo has been used to provide stable income and employment opportunities for countless families. South America, particularly Brazil, Colombia, and Ecuador, have also benefited from the economic potential of bamboo. In recent decades, the global demand for environmentally friendly and sustainable products has increased interest in bamboo. The plant has the potential to alleviate deforestation and contribute to climate change mitigation due to its fast growth and ability to absorb large amounts of carbon dioxide. Now, Chairman, this is why Maxwell Investment Group, with the guidance of the leadership at the Zango and Inner Cities Development Secretariat and the Fund under the Office of the President, has started talks with an European company to invest millions into bamboo processing equipment and to set up a small plant in Ghana. This initiative can potentially create opportunities within our Zango and Inner Cities, as bamboo is a viable and sustainable alternative for biofuel. In addition to bamboo, there's a potential for expanding these efforts to other agricultural commodities rarely available within our Zango and Inner Cities, such as shea nuts, cashew nuts, sesame seeds, maize for local processing, and groundnuts. By tapping into these resources, we can further strengthen more local farming and business communities, providing more opportunities for growth and development. There is a ready market for these commodities through Maxwell Investment Group. Discussions on the best way to go about these things are at the final stage. This forum is one of them. Involving you, the gatekeepers, and community leaders in decision-making leads to a better understanding of local needs and priorities. In addition to the projects above mentioned, there are other projects that MIG and the Secretariat and the Fund will soon undertake. The first is a useful, affordable education drive within the Zango and Inner Cities communities. The second is the insurance community project, and finally, Maxwell Homes project. These initiatives are designed to address critical needs within our communities and pave the way for a more prosperous tomorrow. The useful, affordable education drive aligns with our President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's commitment to promoting literacy and fostering a comprehensive and inclusive development strategy for our nation. Maxwell Investment Groups has established partnerships with KNUST, Africa Institute of Sanitation and Waste Management, of the Center for Capacity Building and Innovation under Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology to provide highly affordable, accredited courses that will empower the youth of the Zongo and inner cities and equip them with the skills necessary to succeed in today's competitive world. Participants in the program will receive KNUST accredited certificates guaranteeing that the skills they have acquired during their studies are recognized and valued. In addition, this accreditation will give them a competitive edge in the job market and open doors to new opportunities. Now, Chairman, the Insurance Community Project seeks to provide basic healthcare coverage to Zongo and inner city inhabitants, one community at a time. Therefore, MIG is working with local health insurance providers, such as Cosmopolitan Health Insurance, to develop a sustainable model that ensures affordability and accessibility for all community members. The Insurance Community Project includes specialized services such as mental health care, dental care, women's health issues, geriatrics, and vision care. To ensure quality healthcare services, the program will partner with the healthcare providers within the communities to create a strong support network that promotes health and well-being for all Zongo and inner city community members. I encourage you to support this project and help us bring a brighter future for our Zongo and inner city communities, one step at a time, to complement the effort of the MPP government. The last project is the Maxwell Home Project. The critical issue of accommodation stands alongside food, healthcare, and education as primary concerns, especially within our Zongos and inner cities. Ghana has a young population, and as our youth mature, many need help to secure accommodation. Maxwell Homes is therefore an initiative that seeks to address this challenge as an addition to government efforts to address affordable education. Our innovative working model allows individuals to pay rent monthly from the onset, while the project takes on 1 to 2 years down payment on behalf of prospective tenants after they have passed due diligence. This approach empowers community stakeholders, especially our up-and-coming youth, to refocus their time and energy on their employment, self-employment, and giving back by contributing to members of society. Now, Chairman, these initiatives, the soya beans project, the bamboo project, the agri-commodities project, the useful affordable education drive, the Maxwell Homes project, and the insurance community project represent a bold and ambitious step towards a brighter future for our Zongos and inner cities. In conclusion, now, Chairman, our special guest of honor, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Dr. Maxwell Ampong and his team at Maxwell Investment Group for their unwavering commitment to our communities. I'm confident that this collaboration will pave the way for a brighter and more prosperous future for the people of our Zongo and inner cities. Together, we will continue to shoot for the stars and transform the lives of those in our communities. Thank you for your attention, and may we all work together towards a more prosperous tomorrow for our people. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
One more time, let's put our hands together and celebrate our very resourceful Presidential Coordinator, Zongo and Inner City Development Secretariats. Honorable Ben Abdallah Banda. Please, let it be warm. Honorable, is there a way we can get this speech? We need to read it every day. How about we letting the locals know exactly what has gone into this great project? Please, welcome my brother back as he breaks it down for us in Hausa. My brother, please. Abdallah.
Okay. All right, thank you once again for the opportunity. A takaice zan tarjama bayanin nasa kenan. Yadda yake ce na rubuta wasu, amma tunda an bani takaddan zan duba sai na karanta. A takaice wato Honorable Ben Abdallah Banda ya nuna matukar godiyarsa da wannan haɗin kan da ya samu da wannan MIG group din. Ya ce za a ci amfanin juna sosai kuma abinda za a samu daga wannan hadaka zai haifar da ɗa mai ido, zai haifar da alheri ga mu al'ummar Zango. Ya ce farko ya ce idan ka duba wato abin da ake kira bambu, ya ce wani sana'a ne ko wani harka ne na tsiri ko na shuki wanda ke zai taimaka. Ya ce waɗannan abubuwa da ake tsirowa na bambu yana taimakawa sosai wasu kasashen da shi suke bunkasa kasuwanci. Sai ce wannan duka daga cikin wannan taro za a duba akan yadda za a farfado da wannan dabaru na noma, a bari mutane su fahimci wannan sana'a kuma ya taimaka musu. Sai ce banda hakan kuma akwai dabaru da suka hada kai tare da MIG za su shine za a rika horas da wasu mutane a wani reshi na jami'ar KNUST akan batutuwan da ya jibanci kasuwanci da kuma harkoki na gina kansu. Ya ce wannan in aka yi shi za a ba da certificate, ba wani certificate ba, wato jami'ar KNUSC ita dan kanta za ta ba da wannan certificate din wanda yake za a tabbatar cewa lalle kai ma ka samu wani horo na wasu kwanaki ko watanni wanda ke zai taimaka. Ya ce ban da wannan kuma akwai dabaru na musamman, kana kuma da wani shiri na musamman da ake yi na samar wa jama'a gidaje. Mun san lamari na samun gidaje ko kuwa irin haya da irin gini yana kawo mana matsala, la'akari da cewa mu masu karamin karfi ne. Ce akwai dabaru da aka shirya tare da wannan haɗin gwiwar da zai taimaka mutane a nuna mana dabaru wanda yake zamu raka samun gidaje a cikin farashi mai rahusa ba tare da mu wahala ba. Ya ce waɗannan dukkanin shirye-shiryen na nan. Banda hakan kuma akwai shirin inshora da yake za a yi, akwai kuma batu na kulawa da kiwon lafiya wanda ya kama daga batutuwan da ya jibanci idan mu da ganin mu da sauransu. Kana kuma ya ce kuma banda wannan akwai yadda za a bunƙasa harkar noma wanda yake matasa musamman ma za su ci amfani. Ya ce nomar wannan to tsiri na soya beans ya ce abu ne mai matuƙar muhimmanci. Ya ce waɗannan duk za a nuna dabaru ne wanda yake mutane za a bar su shiga cikin wannan sana'a domin su taimaka ma kansu. Ya ce waɗannan duk yana daga cikin abin da suke sa ran za su cimmawa tare da wannan haɗaka da ake yi. Kana kuma ya ce da cewa ita wannan Maxwell Investment Group tare da haɗin gwiwar Zango and Inner City Development Secretariat wanda ke ƙarshen kulawar shugaban ƙasa, suna tare da samar da kuɗi wanda yake European company ne wanda ke za su saka hannun jari a cikin wannan aiki wanda yake in an soma ba abin da yake zabari ba ne, domin me an riga an nemi dabaru na samar da wannan kuɗi wanda yake zai taimaka wannan aiki. A bisa haka yake cewa wannan babban abu ne, babban amfani ne zai kawo al'ummar Zango, bai kamata mu shiru ba. Yace ya kamata a daidai wannan lokaci abubuwan da yake za mu ji mu amfana da su, kuma banda hakan kuma yi tambayoyi domin ma mu iya mu ribanci wannan tafiya da yake zai. Godiya muke, Allah ya saka.
Thank you, my brother Abdallah. And two people are to be thanked for all these great results that we're seeing. Ladies and gentlemen, help me thank one more time the presidential coordinator, please. It is not easy to find leaders who open up to the private sector to come on board to assist with their expertise and all. Please, let's appreciate him one more time. We celebrate you, sir. And for you, for your selflessness and all that you've done, today you are recognized as an executive ambassador of the Zogo and Inner Cities Development Secretariat. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Maxwell Ampong. We celebrate you too. In moving on, we would like to acknowledge in our midst this morning the board chair of the Zongo Development Fund. I acknowledged him earlier, but he wasn't here. Mr. Seydou Nasigri joins us. Thank you very much. Lawyer Esquire, forgive me. We're also joined by the third National Vice Chair of the NPP, Alhaji Masaudu Usman. Thank you very much. We now want to proceed on a different tangent, for which reason I would respectfully like to ask our presidential coordinator, together with our host and chair, to please retire down, as we have a far-side chat between our guest of honor and our resource person. A round of applause as they come down. For the next few minutes, what you're going to witness is a very insightful exchange of ideas from a very resourceful guest of honor. For 25 minutes, we're going to plow the minds or the mind of a very great Ghanaian, a man who is well known to us and needs very little introduction. What shall I tell you about Nandani that you don't already know? A banker's banker. But he relates to us very well because he's well acquainted with our story as Zongos and inner city suburbs. Coming through, he scaled the daunting heights of innovation and all, and today, by the grace of Allah, he has achieved phenomenal feat in the world of banking. But all this with an eye for his people. He has served and continues to serve, and today it has pleased Allah that he returns to us as the Pishigulana to speak to us on this theme that we're reflecting on, which is avenues to maneuver during an economic downturn. For a man who has seen it all in Ghana's economic history, I believe he has very fascinating perspectives to share with us. For 25 minutes, his will be an exchange with a key resource of ours. Ladies and gentlemen, we're joined by Mr. Max Bunda, who happens to be the CEO and co-founder of the Mineral Labs UK. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you our guest of honor, Na Andani and Max Bunda.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction. I will introduce myself a little bit later so you know a little bit more about how we're helping MIG and collaborating on some of the technical topics that we've discussed today. So to start off this fireside chat, Na Andani, of course you are a very experienced economist, and we've just heard from Honorable Banda certain topics such as the soya bean project, the bamboo project, and some of the other things that MIG is currently working on. How do you believe that some of the macroeconomic benefits that could result from some of these projects could have an effect on the Zongo inner cities and Ghana in general?
Thank you very much. And first and foremost, I want to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. I particularly want to thank my brother, the Honorable Banda, and who gave me this honor. But he didn't tell me that I was coming into royalty. Now, the NAR chairman is my father. He sits in the skins of my father. And I feel completely naked sitting the way I'm dressed here. But Honorable Banda, you have to be prepared to pay the fines for bringing me here naked. But thank you very much. And I think I just step back very quickly so that we understand who we are as Zongo people. If we don't understand who we are going to miss the opportunities these initiatives are bringing. And I want us to exploit the word inner city, because we came from all across Ghana, largely untrained, to take part in the economic and political evolution of Ghana. So most of us would have come into Accra, then subsequently Kumasi, then Tamale, and all those economic cities. We came as individuals, and because we were poor, we were given locations far away from the economic activities. So we went and settled in these far away locations at that time. With our individual skills, were not aggregated together. Today, we are in the middle of the cities, and they call us Zongo and inner cities. So I want us to start to exploit that middle name, inner city. Because once upon a time, they were throwing us away because we didn't belong. We were poor and did not have the means. So we came to settle in Nima, in Medina, which were very, very poor neighborhoods. Totally nothing. No water, no electricity. They were complete swamps. Today, we are in the middle of these cities. So it's important we know that. The other thing I want us to know before we go to this is that we came as individuals. There is no way you can break out economically as an individual. There is no way you can break out economically as individuals. You can only get a job which would employ you for 25, 30 years, and you retire on a pension. God knows how long that will take you. So again, as people in the Zongo and inner cities, we have a lot of skills. As my questioner has said, we have electricians, we have plumbers, we have food. In fact, the best food in Ghana is in the Zongos. Yet, we do all of this as individuals, and we end up with nothing. So before we start, I always like to say that there's a benefit in aggregation, to aggregate, to come together, to produce. The most profitable companies in the world employ over 100,000 people. 50,000 people, 5,000 people, 100 people. That's how wealth is created. But if you are in the Zongo city participating in these programs as an individual, you're not going to make much progress. So my number one suggestion to my friends, the Maxwell Investment Group, is to let my people in the Zongo begin to form what I call economic clusters. So whether we are doing soya bean, we are doing any of those, we come together as economic clusters so that our production can be on a bigger scale, it can be more efficient, and we can reward each other more. We should not come into these programs as individual employees. That makes myself clear.
Yeah, absolutely. And as a chief yourself, how do you think that traditional authorities and local government within the Zongo inner cities can help create this sense of togetherness and help these clusters form? Do you have any suggestions on that front?
Yes, I think as chiefs, especially in the Zongo communities, and our people revere us a lot, we've got to provide proper leadership. Proper leadership in creating these aggregate groups. I heard about affordable housing. Now just look at Nima. That is the most precious square mile in Accra. And look at the kind of houses we have there. So if our chief, and right now, we were all building horizontally. Now people are building vertically. So if the chiefs can sit together and say, how many square meters of housing do we have in this Nima area? If we build vertically, how much more land can we release? So build vertically to put your people in. Then Maxwell Investment and other developers will come and use your own land in the best part of the city to build the best offices, best restaurants, and best homes for yourselves. Think about it. That's what you should do. So the leaders can do that. Come and say, I'm sitting in this house, the old man is dead, and children are fighting over rooms that have not been renovated for 50 years. Why can't you pack and talk to Maxwell? Let them go vertical. Let them put 20-story of, 4-bedroom each. And the land is left, which is your land. Now you can now decide what to do with it. That's number one. Number two, agriculture. I mean, all the meat in this country comes from the Zongo. But what do? You take them as one bull from a house. You don't aggregate. You cannot benefit. So I think the traditional leaders should learn to aggregate. Myself and my father, the NAR chairman, are leading that process in the whole of northern Ghana, which is largely the kind of responsibility Chief Banda has. We now want to aggregate so that we can produce a lot more soybean. We can export the soybean as a group. We can produce more usable bamboo so that we can aggregate and supply meat on a daily basis to the supermarkets. Because if you slaughter your cow, you're probably coming out with what? 60 kilos of meat. That supermarket needs 5,000 kilos of meat every day. Can you do it alone? But if you came together, would you not be more profitable? So whilst all these programs are good, and I encourage our chiefs, my advice, especially coming from the Zongo, and knowing what economic benefits are. Economic benefits are not in the individual, economic benefits are in the aggregate. You make a lot more money.
I completely agree. But what would you say to those chiefs who, when they're approached by these public-private partnerships and they're a little bit hesitant to perhaps do business with someone who they do not know so intimately, how would you say that they should open their mind towards these public-private partnerships, and how do you think they can end up having a bigger macroeconomic effect for the entire Zongo inner city?
Thank you very much. I think what the chiefs need is a lot of advice. And let me tell you, even Ghana government makes use of advice. We want to think of programs. We bring people who are expert in that area. If a company wants to develop, they bring in advisors. So please, as chiefs, if private sector people come to partner with you, don't look at the immediate benefit you get into your pocket. Think about the people you represent, not now, but generations after you. And for that matter, if it is agriculture of any kind, please bring in the experts in that area to advise you before you go into partnership. If it is housing, bring the experts in the area to advise you. So you can think about today and tomorrow and make sure the benefit accrues to both the public and private partnership in a manner that is meaningful. But what we often do, Sarikin Zongoko, chief of the village, when they come, it's just you that sits with this. You know, you've not consulted even your people properly. You have not gotten professional advice, and you agree. They waste a lot of money and come, and sooner or later, it's a flash in the pan, and we go away, and we remain in our poverty. So my advice is that nobody knows it all. Nobody knows it all. Whenever development comes into your area, please seek out a specialist who have good ideas, who have seen this and done. There's nothing new under the sun. What we are going through, other countries have gone through it. People have the experience. So pull together people to advise you as community leaders so that we can be much more expansive and beneficial to the people that we lead as we cooperate with these private people to take advantage of the resources in our communities.
I think you highlight some great points there, which are also part of the MIG strategy as they go forward. We see that a lot of these projects are being based on voices of the community and listening to the actual needs and desires. How do you think that this strategy will have a bigger picture effect upon these inner city developments? Why do you really believe it is crucial to first voice the people who are affected by these programs rather than thinking of them just in a broad general sense?
I think when you talk of economic downturn, it's generally employees who are the suffering end of it. And therefore, I'm very encouraged by Maxwell and the group who are beginning to do this kind of thing. But it has to start with the people, because as I said, the skills sits with our people. It's just for the accident of history and poverty that we all sit in a place called the Zongo. It is an accident of history and poverty. So it's important that we come back there and start. If you want the best electricians in this Ghana, they are sitting in the Zongo communities. Do we have a Zongo electrical company that brings everybody together? No. You come and stand by the roadside. If you want the best plumbers, all the best plumbers are sitting in our Zongo community. Do we have a small company in the Zongo that pulls all of them together so you can get a proper office? If you have plumbers, whatever, you know, carpenters, and these are real employable skills on a daily basis that our people use. Because when you talk economic downturn, your GDP growth rate is not that high. If the GDP growth rate is not high, you're not going to get employment. Inflation is very high. If inflation is high and you are earning 500 Ghana cedis, you can only buy a fraction of what you used to buy before inflation went up. If exchange rate is where it is today, of course, we all know the immediate impact is on a gallon of petrol for your motorbike to go and... So those are the kind of things. But for you, especially those of us in the Zongos as employees, it hits you immediately. You've got to make adjustments. So I think that it's a very good development initiative for the voices of the people to be heard. Pull them out of their specialized areas. Let's aggregate them and let's resource them, train them, and provide the necessary guidance so that they can be economically beneficial to the country and to themselves in the long run, and attract a lot more people to join them.
Yeah, I think that's excellent. I think, you know, company, it's in the word. It's about being together. It's about forming a unit of decision making. And especially with this economic downturn that we're seeing, you need this critical mass to be able to create bigger steps and move forward as a community. How do you think that certain things like access to education and access to technology can help these groups identify one another and help become a more active force within the market? MIG is working on certain things like USSD connectivity and other approaches to create a more easy access to these services for Zongo inner cities. Where do you see that going in the next few years, and how do you think it can have a big picture effect on these communities?
If there's any initiative that can make people in the Zongo community leapfrog poverty, exactly what you have said, technology. You go to the Zongo community, these people with very minimal education can navigate any electronic portal. We only need to give them organized technology halls, call it an organized technology hall, so that we can guide their creativity. Most of them program and have very little idea what programming is about. So if there's really any initiative that can make our youth leapfrog poverty, it is harnessing and properly tooling and guiding them into ICT and using them to, because technology these days literally brings everything. You don't even need physical shops these days, do you? You don't need physical shops. You only need big warehouses. Whether you are selling, soybean, or you are selling meat, or you are selling, you just need, and these young people with proper guidance in the communities can create technology halls, pull their resources together, and leapfrog poverty. Really transform very, very quickly. I think that's an area that I will encourage, instead of us using it in the negative way they call Sakawa, let's harness it for proper use and let MIG and other people who have the resources and the time to help us organize these technology halls. And I think Honorable Banda, so we can harness the skills, the programming skills, the technology navigational skills. I mean, if you look at the power of computing of all the smartphones that sits in Nima, every household in Nima, you can count more than 10, phones with processing power more than anywhere else. So if we can harness all of this, we're going to live from poverty.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I believe, you know, if you have an engineering degree and you want to build a house, you still need to find the bricks, you need to find the workers, you need to find everything else. But if you have access to technology, you have access to a computer, you're able to build that house in software, and you're able to do it with limited resource and achieve connectivity to the world. And I think it's really something that we should be pushing forward. I think perhaps it's a good time to maybe open up to the audience if there's any questions which we can field. And otherwise, I would like to thank you very much, Na, and we'll move on to the next topic. Thank you all.
So we have time for 3 questions. Please mention your name, your institution, and shoot straight to your question, your suggestion, and comment. Keep it very short. Yes, my cameraman at the back. I will start with you. Okay, let me start here since I have one.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Yakubu Lantam Abdul Jabbar, co-founder of Coalseeds Ghana Limited. My question has to do with, is there any way young business people can be mentored during these programs, because that has been one of our biggest challenge as young entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Maxwell Ampong would answer that. Let me come to the second.
Thank you very much. So my name is Kingsley Seidu from the Ghanaian Voice Online. My question is, what programs or initiatives are in place to promote entrepreneurial market opportunities for the teeming youth in Ghana?
You all seem to be having questions for the organizers and not for the resource person who has just spoken. Okay. Can we have a direct question to the resource person based on the submission he's made? I see a hand here. We will have 1 hour for general question and answers pertaining to the whole program. But for now, we just need targeted questions at this submission.
Yes, I am Abbas Mohammed, Head of Department, Agrek, Mpoho District. How do you plan to ensure that the content of the services provided through the USSD technology, I mean the mobile messages, is culturally appropriate and relevant to the needs of the Zongo and inner city development?
Okay.
Sure, so I can briefly speak on that. So we as Mineral are working together with MIG to help provide the technical delivery of the USSD. But it's very key to note that we're working very closely with both the Zongo Inner City Development Secretariat as well as the Knust Institute to ensure that the content that is being delivered is highly relevant, is there and easy to understand and easy to comprehend, but also certifiable. So as part of this program, which we'll speak on a little bit more later today, there will be the opportunity to offer certificates from Knust, and as part of this, we will hope to ensure that this education is relevant. And it's also a program that will grow based on the feedback that's received. So because there is this USSD technology in place, it's very easy for us to capture direct, actionable feedback from the people who are receiving this education, which will help us channel these courses towards where we believe they should be to help as many people, escape poverty.
Okay. Ma.
I'm Hawawu Abdul Salam, Deputy Nasara Coordinator, Medina. How will you measure the success and the impact of useful, affordable education drives in the Zongo's intercity communities?
I have good news for you all. Right after this, we'll have a little time of refreshments because I see most of you came prepared for the various interventions that are going to follow. We're going to have presentations on health. We're going to have presentations on technology. We're going to have presentations on a lot of things. So please, for now, let's just reserve the questions. If you don't have one directly to... You have one? Okay.
Thank you very much. I'm Idris Al-Hassan Abdallah, the National President of the Ghana Muslim Students Association. My question is directly to Chief Nal Hassan Andani. you underscored the need to integrate ideas and business initiative in order for us to harness the full benefit of our individual stripes in our communities, i.e. whether masons, electricians, and all those skills. Who should lead the effort at integrating? Is it the individual or those in charge of building systems who should lead the process? Thank you.
Nah, over to you.
Thank you very much. I think it's very similar to the question my sister asked. And for MIG and other private sector people who are engaged in this kind of, I would call it renewal of and also economically empowering our Zongo communities, that is the route to go. So you'll get one person, but this should, I don't like groups. I mean, groups are not good things, because groups tend to be it should be a company, even if it's an enterprise, and you all know how much you are contributing to it, how you are progressing, and how you share benefits. So it's about forming viable economic groups, and those viable economic groups must be organized. Either you have, let's say, a development agent like the Zongo Development and Inner City, or some private person championing the idea, and then getting a group of people around it. That's the accelerator. But you can also, within your own communities, find leadership to build those special skills, those, whether it's in agriculture, whether it's in services. I mean, if you go around, most of the security men you will see in this country are all from the Zongo areas. Do we have any single company in the Zongo that is offering security services? No. Somebody comes from South Africa, sets up a security company, and comes to the Zongo to employ our people. Don't we have educated people in the Zongo who understand that when you come around, just security services, and we don't have a single company that does that? So I think my challenge is more to Honorable Ben Abdallah and my friend Maxwell, and any other private people who want to come in and help us to revive and provide economic livelihoods. Let's start to think about organizing these viable economic entities. Don't be groups, and don't just subscribe to be employees. Otherwise, you are generating the wealth for somebody else.
Resource person who has come in very handy to really steer us on the theme we're reflecting on, avenues to maneuver during an economic downturn. Please, once more, let's celebrate Na and Dani. Thank you very much. Wow. And many thanks to you, Mr. Max Bunda. Why do you women do that? In the whole year, you have Women's Day, you have Day of the Girl Child, you have your birthday. Every day, women want to dominate. But I'll give it to them.
I struggled to catch your eye, but you couldn't see me. Thank you very much. My name is Rabi Salifu. I appreciate the fact that you are looking at advising our chiefs on how to go vertical and all that. However, I kept thinking that given our Zongos, what could be your advice in terms of targeting women? Because when you look at social vices and all that, women are able to play a very vital role in terms of changing the narrative. My interest is your advice to us. What approach should we use? Or what approach should the Zongo Development Secretariat use in terms of correcting that? More especially targeting women. Thank you so much.
Sorry, Loretta is my daughter, so she can always get me to sit back here. I think it's, for me, the women, and all of us come from the Zongo. Really, all that the landlord does is produce a lot of children. Mm-hmm. But the guy who feeds and sends all these people to school are our women. Yeah. They're the most industrious in our communities. And I have my Zwangara chief here, I have my own Zongo imam here. we would admit to that we just marry as many as we can, well, limited to 4, and have as many children as possible. And the women are the ones that ensure that there's food, they're the ones that ensure that we send children to school. And if we really, Honorable Banda, need to make an impact, and Maxwell, if we need to make an impact, we have to avert our minds to how to economically organize and empower our women. I made a comment around food. I know a lot of people who would come from the US or from abroad, and the first thing he does the next day is remembers that Wache joint at Nima. He wants to. I don't want to see these people sitting, in those, squalid. Can we not open up and create clusters, economic clusters for them? Whether they are doing food, whether they are providing, cleaning services, whatever they do, let's organize them into economic clusters. It's only clustering that we can provide the right infrastructure required for them, that we can provide the targeted financing and also guide them to their markets and ensure that they price well and get things back. It's about that. So it's quite a tough, well, I shouldn't say tough, because individually our mothers in the Zongos are very, very entrepreneurial. And that is the reason why they will scratch anything to send kids to school. And it will surprise you. Most of these have sons and daughters who are engineers, doctors, and everything. And they all grew up from the Zongo, including most of us. My mother used to sell granuts. My mother used to sell roasted granuts and carry it on her head. I'm sitting here. I wish today I could have, I could set up, a cluster where I'll have granite roasters enterprise. So, Honorable Banda, there's a lot of work to do. Let's get together. I'm sure we can organize a lot more. Thank you very much.
A call to create economic clusters, but most importantly, empower women, because when our women are empowered, we all are empowered. Once again, a round of applause for our resource persons. And since we're in March celebrating women, I believe all the men need to rise and celebrate the women who are here. Let's hear it up for all our resilient, resourceful, wise, entrepreneurial, and ever supportive women, our sisters. Entrepreneurial and ever supportive women, our sisters, our mothers, our wives. No side chicks. We celebrate you, our women. We say live long and prosper. And the sad thing is, after celebrating them like this, they will still say Ghanaian men are not romantic. Humbly, I invite you now, together with Mr. Batmuda, to please proceed to the front, as I invite you now, Chair, together with our presidential coordinator and our convener. Let's take one group photograph together. I shall call other groups to join. Ladies and gentlemen, for 10 minutes, we will break for cocktail. It is a time to get to know who is here and to just network, after which we shall reconvene for some very insightful sessions. We shall have some nice presentations. You don't want to miss that for anything at all. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated briefly. Let's have Nache in the middle. No, down, no. on sub-themes that feed into our overall theme. It's my pleasure to invite my brother Abdallah to walk us through what has transpired in Hausa for the pleasure of our listening public in Hausa. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes.
Thank you so much once again. A takaice muka bibi tattaunawar da yawa kana tsakanin wato na Andani da kuma irin tambayoyin da aka yi masa bayan da aka masa tambayoyi dangane da takaka za ya samar da cigaban mai dorewa ta fuskan zango da kuma ganin cewar an samar da mafita wanda yake zai amfana da al'umma wanda suke zango da kuma tsakiyar birane. Sai ce mu duba ma farko ma'anar wannan matsuguni. Ya ce matsuguni ne da yake an kafa na cewar an keɓe mutane ne ba tare da samun musu wani aiki ba da sauransu, wato suna bayan gari, amma da tafiya ya tafiya sai ya zo ne su ne suke tsakiyar gari. To da hakan ya faru, to ta kaka za iya su ma tafiyan da ake yi a yi tafiya da su. Ya ce to nan ne matsalar ana nan ana neman mafita. Sai ce a nasa gani akwai abubuwa da yawa da ya kamata a yi domin a ga cewar tafiyan da ake yi an yi tafiya da kowa da kowa. Ya ce a zangonninmu akwai masu ilimi ta kowane ɓangare daban-daban, amma matsalan shi ne kowa na abinsa ɗaiɗaiku, wannan na nasa wancan na nata, babu haɗaka babu haɗin kai. Ya ce yana daga cikin abin da ya sa tafiyan bai da kyau, kuma ba mu yi abin da ake kira integration, wato yadda yake mu baro daga wannan mataki mu haura zuwa mataki na gaba inda muke haka muke. Ya ce yana da matukar muhimmanci a ɗau dabaru yadda yake za mu fita cikin wannan kangi na talauci da muke ciki domin mu ma tafiyan da ake yi a tafiya da mu. Ya ce shi ne babban matsalar. Ya ce in aka zo ayyuka sana'o'i manya-manya, abinci ma an kana nema zango za ka shiga da sauransu, an kana neman mayanka, an kana neman wanda suka aikin fawa da sauransu, amma ka je ka iske shi yana nan gefe ya yanka ragansa yana saidawa kan tebur. Ya ce amma aka mai da shi a matsayin kamfani ba kungiya ba. Ya ce shi bai yi ra'ayi da kungiya zuwa haɗa kai ya ce a yi a kafa kungiya kenan a bai da shi ya zama tamkar kasuwa, a yi rajista abubuwa kowa ya san ya saka jari, ga jari nawa ya saka kuma ga amfanin da yake zai samu. Ya ce shi nasa gani kenan. Ya ce wannan ya samu duka mu samu dace. Ya ce yana daga cikin abin da ya sa ba mu samu ci gaba. Ya ce mu yi tunani. Ya yi misali, ya ce mahaifiyarsa yanzu ta Allah ya mata rasuwa, amma ya ce a lokacin da ya santa tana tallan gujiya ko gyada tana sarrafawa ta yi tallansa, aiki ne an san gwanjawa su wannan sana'ar su ne sosai. Ya ce ya zo tare tana, amma ya ce amma me tana yin nata wancan na yin, amma inda ce an haɗa kai aka mai da shi a matsayin kamfani, ya ce mu duba irin amfanin da yake za samu, mu da irin ci gaban da yake za samu. Ya ce yana daga cikin abubuwa da kamata mu yi duba mu yi mu samar da ci gaba mai ɗorewa. Ya ce idan aka zo zangonnai babu irin ayyukan sana'o'in hannu da babu, kama daga plumber, kama daga electrician, kama daga kowane irin aiki da yake akwai, amma kaje ka tarar wannan na nasa gefe wannan na nasa gefe. Ya ce ya kai lokaci ya kamata mu haɗa kai mu iya mu kafa kamfani ɗaya wanda yake za mu ɗauka, akwai masu gudanarwa, wato wannan ga matsayinsa wannan kuma ga matsayin. Sai ce idan aka yi hakan za a samu ci gaba mai ɗorewa. Ya ce wannan shine abubuwa da ya kamata a yi duba sosai. Ya ƙara da cewa idan muka duba gidajenmu a zangonninmu ana gini ta ko ta yaya, ba a gini tsaye vertically kamar da ya bayani. Kaga wannan an tsakiyar gida an yi ya sunan shi ana kiwon dabbobi, wannan kuma ya gini gefe an yi gini ta ko ta yaya. Shi yasa ainihin riba da amfani da ya kamata a ce ana samu ta fili da yake zai sawar babu. Ana faɗan gado, baba ya mutu wannan ya kama ɗaki yana faɗan ɗaki har ya ce wannan duka. Amma in mun amince mun canza salonmu, ya ce an yayi gini bene kusan 10 kusan 5 ga kuma nan kuma a yi mana shago da sauransu, wannan kuma ya zama wani hanyar samun wani kuɗin shiga mu don kanmu. Amma muka ce za mu saura, ka ce bai zai taimaka yi a bisa hakan. Ya ce wannan aiki ne, jan aiki ne ga wato Dr. Ben Abdallah Banda wanda yake sakatariyar kula da shugaban zango da MIG Group, su ma su duba su ga yaya za su bijiro da wannan lamarin da domin su iya su kira al'umma zango su fahimci cewa a ga yanda ake abu, mu bari a zo a gyara mana ginin mu a ɗora shi, mu ma ta wani hanya mu ma mu samu mu ci gaba kuma mu samu layout ko me ya kyau. Ya ce waɗannan abubuwa ne ya kamata mu yi duba saboda mu ma tafiyan da ake ai tafiya da mu. a kwasam sai Hajiya Rabi ta masa tambaya ta ce idan aka duba wannan tafiyan da ake yi mata bayan mazan sun shiga duniya sun yi kaza matan su ake barin baya wahalhalu na kulawa da sauransu shi ce yana da matukar muhimmanci ta ce muka duba zangonninmu iyayen da dama mazan wannan ya shiga wancan wahalan kai yara makaranta kulawa da yara yana hannun matan ne kuma ƙananan sana'o'i kaga wannan an keɓe wannan guri ana sai da wake ya ce ina cikin zango wannan tuwon shinkafa da miyan gujiya wani shagon ka tafi nema ga ko ina sabon zango kuma shi ko ina akwai wurare da yake iyaye mu suke wannan sana'in ƙananan sana'o'i amma da yake babu haɗin kai mu iya mu mai da shi kamfani ya cin mana manufa ya ce wannan shine abin da yake ce a bisa haka yana kira a mai da hankali akan yadda za a baiwa matan karfin gwiwa a ba su jari a kuma ba su kulawa na musamman saboda me su ma su kawo jiki tafiyan da ake su ma a saka su ciki domin an saka su ciki ce tafiyan yake saboda ƙananan kasuwanci da sana'o'in mata suke yi kuma kowa ya san wannan ya ce sa bai kamata a ce tafiyan da za a bar su a baya ya kamata su ma ya kamata a mai da hankali a kansu saboda wannan ƙananan kasuwanci da business da suke yi iya bunkasa ya ce yana ganin shine abin da yake zai taimaka a iya samar da mafita a takaice bayanin kenan na gode thank you
One more time, a round of applause for Abdullah. If I could rattle Hausa like that, I won't sin again. And so, this is where we get to the heart of the matter. But let me just apprise you of what we do at the MIG Group. We exist primarily for a few things, chief amongst them being to engineer and re-engineer services and products, ours and those of our clients, to ensure that they are operational and at the same time to, as we deploy our supply value chain with market capture strategies fused with sustainability development models, what we want to do is to ensure that everything we are involved with actually meets the triple bottom line: people, profits, and the planet. Today, you've heard things about the useful, affordable education drive, the Maxwell Homes Project, and the Insurance Community Project being spearheaded by the MIG. Well, it is heartening to note that these projects are aimed at addressing the critical needs of communities through education, housing, and healthcare. For the next few minutes, what we want to do is to have a firm understanding of the various interventions from these three areas. We're going to start with the useful, affordable education drive. Now, this comes to us through KSWAM Africa. KSWAM Africa is the KNUST Africa Institute of Sanitation and Waste Management of the Center for Capacity Building and Innovation under the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. Mr. Richard Yao Eko is the acting head of business KSWAM, and for the next 15 minutes, his will be on the implementation of the useful, affordable education drive. Would you please make him welcome with a round of applause? Oh, it's a hair. Forgive me. That's what happens when your MC hasn't eaten.
Yeah. Pardon us, Mr. Eko was taken ill and wasn't able to come. But my name is Vanessa Asari, and I'll be speaking on his behalf. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Mr. Chairman, Ambassador Na Yakubu Abdullahi, Paramount Chief of Sanarigu. Distinguished guests, I'll mention quite a long list because there's a lot of dignitaries here. Now, Hassan Andani, former Stanbic CEO and Chief of Pushigu, Honorable Ben Abdullah Banda, Presidential Coordinator, ZICDS, Mr. Maxwell Ampong, of course, our host and CEO of MIG, Mr. Max Bonda, CEO of Minerals Lab, Honorable Henry Nanabuache, Honorable Al-Haji Masaudu Oman, Honorable Salam Mohammed Mustafa, Honorable Hajia Yusuf, Honorable Justin Kodua Frimpong, Honorable Tariq Bonsu, Mr. Kasim Musa, Mr. Mushun Mohammed Tahiru, Mr. Jima Alpha, representatives from the National Council of Zongo Chiefs, representatives from the Inner Cities Chiefs, representatives of the Muslim Student Association, sub-chiefs from Sanarigo, respectfully, Sheikh Abdul Usman Dahu, Chief of Zongo Tamale, respectfully, sub-chiefs from Zongo Tamale, respectfully, Mr. Saidu Nasiru, Board Chairman of Zongo Development Fund, Mr. Arafat Suleiman, CEO of the Zongo Development Fund, Head of Services, Ghana Exports Council, ZICDS Women Delegation here, welcome. All distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It gives me a great pleasure to briefly speak about our collaboration with MIG. We at KNUSC African Institute of Sanitation are going to be spearheading in partnership with MIG to roll out the educational training sector called, hold on a minute. Useful, affordable education drive. And that this partnership, we intend to roll up several courses. And our partnership with KNUS, we have over 160 courses we'll be rolling out. And these courses range not only in environmental and sanitation management, but we have courses in public health, business, catering and hospitality, agribusiness, customer service, entrepreneurship, accounting, and many, many more. And what we plan to do is provide training, mentorship, internship opportunities for our participants when they roll into our courses. And what we've started to do from ground zero is to do stakeholder engagement like what we are having now, so that on the ground we find out what the need areas are, and KNUST will sit down and design specific tailor-made trainings also alongside the 160 we already have to provide training and empower our youth and make sure that they come out as entrepreneurs or they come out more employable for their positive livelihoods. And we assure you that once our students come to us, after intensive training and exposure to internship programs and all of that, they will leave with KNUSC accredited certificates signed specifically by the Vice Chancellor, who is a lady, Professor Dixon, is very supportive of youthful engagement and things that empower the youth. So she is very interested in this partnership and has pledged to support us. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we also want to look at several vital areas in our economic development and focus on it. So we'll be looking at gender equality, making sure that our women folk also get a good representation in these trainings we'll be having. We are looking at science and technology, STEM education. We'll focus on those aspects as well, making sure that our youth are engaged in engineering, mathematics, and all the science areas that will empower them for the future. We will also be doing ICT-based training, cybersecurity, graphic design, basic skills that when they come out with, they on their own can start their own small businesses and be productive citizens in our community. Of course, vocational and technical training cannot be overemphasized. We'll look at making sure that our teams, and thankfully now our Hassan and Danny talked about plumbing, carpentry, masonry, and how we can empower these people to unite to become companies on their own and make better demands and make better business sense than going into the individuals. We can go into making sure that we are training them and making sure they are fully satisfied and they are able to come to a home do electrical works with no glitches because they have the technical background as well as the practical. We bring all these things to bear, and we also know that as we go through this educational drive, we have to also do monitoring and evaluation every stage of the way to make sure that as we are with our stakeholders taking on the ground information and doing the diagnostics and tailor-making trainings for them, we are also making sure that we are monitoring the impact we are making in these communities and improving. Finally, I also want to welcome partnerships with NGOs, government agencies who are willing to be, on the boat with us to ensure that we are making the strides we need. And MIG, as our partner, we are all stepping ahead to help the youth in the Zongo, and then intercity development is going on well. Thank you all. Nago Day.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Vanessa Sari. Shortly, I'll be inviting you to join the other resource persons here so they can take questions from the floor. Please, a round of applause for her. So at least we have a fair appreciation of what the team at Case One is doing by way of addressing the importance of affordable education in economic resilience and growth within Zongo and inner city communities. Talk of inner city communities, and we have a very impressive delegation I shall be acknowledging formally. But let's go to the next intervention. Let's talk about Cosmopolitan Health Insurance. Ladies and gentlemen, the Insurance Community Project, transforming healthcare access within Zongo and inner city communities during economic downturns. We're joined by Dr. Beatrice Amponsa. She's the CEO of Cosmopolitan Health Insurance. A round of applause for her. She's a real woman, please.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Honorable Chairman, Honorable Chiefs, distinguished guests of honor, Honorable Ben Abdallah, Dr. Maxwell Ampon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to be part of this project and today's special event on the theme, Avenues to Maneuver During an Economic Downturn. I commend government through its agency, the Zongo and Inner City Development Secretariat, on its resolution to continue to support programs for the development and improvement of the lives of people in the Zongo and inner city communities. As an indigenous health insurance service provider, we are so much aligned to the vision to transform the social and economic conditions of Zongo and inner city communities. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, Cosmopolitan Health Insurance is a Ghanaian-owned company which started operations in 2014. Our services cover the entire country in partnership with over 800 health service providers across the 266 districts of Ghana. Our business is built on the vision of transforming healthcare experience through a culture of excellence, care, quality service, and innovation. In addition, our work is defined by the mission of providing the highest level of coverage possible to all our distinguished clients. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, Insurance Community Project has come at a time when our company is also launching an affordable mass digital product, the Cosmo Mobile Service, to reach markets which ordinarily would not be able to access the quality healthcare that is needed by all. This digital product is intended to run along our traditional solutions to extend health insurance coverages across the country. In addition, we have partnered with Maxwell Investments Group to leverage their USSD technology to effectively manage the enrollment of the communities onto the insurance project and also make claim processing seamless and very easy. We believe strongly that this synergy shall surely augment those of government to help improve the lives of our dear inner city communities. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, to support this project, Cosmo Health Insurance shall roll out health educational campaigns through very good health talks, community film shows, health posters, banners all across the communities, all to educate them on the importance of preventive health care, healthy lifestyles, mental health, dental health, as cushioned against the current economic downturn. To ensure effective delivery of our mandate in this project, Cosmopolitan Health Insurance shall implement a project management plan with very clear objectives, which will be matched against deliverables throughout the year. We shall also assess the impact of our service through client surveys, quarterly service reviews, and other meaningful and scientific data, which is backed with figures as well. Healthcare is on the increase, but that's notwithstanding, Cosmopolitan Healthcare Cosmopolitan Health Insurance is poised to partner with Maxwell Investment Group to support government policy on Zongo and inner city development. Mr. Chairman and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with our presence nationwide, we assure all herein gathered that we are going to 100% contribute and deliver to the objective of this project. Thank you so much.
Dr. Beatrice Amponta, CEO, Cosmopolitan Health Insurance, please. Another round of applause. So we've seen the opportunities that await us in education, in health. Let's go to export. If I may ask, what is the greatest export from the Zongo communities to the world? Not really football. Talent. Trust me. From football to, athletes in general, to other resources. But there is more to be done. Imagine that Auntie Moniz Wache is in New York, but Auntie Moniz is here looking for visa. But there is a way around all this. That's why today we're joined by friends from the Ghana Export Promotion Authority to open our eyes to some of the opportunities for Zongo youth within the export market. We're joined by the head of services for GEPA, in charge of services, manufactures, and petrochemicals. Would you please welcome our own brother and friend, Banda AZ Khalifa.
I want to move around. Hello, venerable chiefs, CEOs, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to make a short presentation on export opportunities in the Zongos. I don't know whether they can make the presentation up. Okay, very good. I think it's relevant that this topic is treated very well because exports are very critical to the economy of Ghana. It determines to a larger extent the health of the economy. We know what it does to our city. The strength of our city is largely dependent upon exports. So without export, you would realize probably would be trading, the city would be trading about 30 to the dollar. And there are numerous opportunities that we can take advantage of. And it is imperative that we bring these opportunities to you for you to understand and to venture into export. Now, Ghana Export Promotion Authority is a national trade support institution mandated or cloaked with the authority to develop and promote non-traditional exports. And non-traditional exports here, we are referring to products apart from raw beans, cocoa beans, gold, diamond, and timber. All the other products, the wache we talked about, the chinchenga we do, the maize, the sorghum, they are all what we call non-traditional exports. Let's move so that we can. And we do this by using various routes. We have offices in all parts of the country, about 8 offices across Ghana, and we work closely with trade attaches across the world, from Nigeria to Beijing to Washington, D.C., to ensure that we deliver products of Ghanaian origin to the international market. And we work with a lot of stakeholders in the export ecosystem. We work with government agencies, parastatals, as well as private institutions. So we don't mind working with MIG. That can be talked about later. We can collaborate with them to accelerate this process. So we work with all these organizations, Free Zones Authority, banks, EXIM, and other private institutions. Now, specifically, I would touch on some of the programs that we offer to the exporter communities. Now, there's a flagship project we call Youth in Export. Youth in Export. This is one of the best programs that we can take advantage of. What we do is to pick graduates from the universities, attach them to mentors, and then provide them with the necessary skills. And then when they finish, we set them up to become exporters. It has various implications. One is to provide jobs for them to become entrepreneurs, to become exporters. Okay? And 2 is to provide jobs. And our cardinal objective, one of them, is to ensure that the exporter community is broad. Because as people grow, the exporters grow, the seasoned ones are fading out. You need the youth to come in. And last year, we started with just 20 graduates in agribusiness, mostly fruit and vegetables specifically. And this year, we are doing about 100 people across the country. And as I speak, they are with their mentors being trained in basket weaving, in leather tanning, in agribusiness, and a host of other employable skills. When they finish, we set them up to become exporters. And there are a couple of programs specifically for women. There was a question for women. We're doing women icons. We're doing she trade. Okay? And we also provide some specific projects targeted at information delivery. And we're doing interventions. So all these projects are geared towards export drive. It's to encourage our people in the Zongos to, first and foremost, take advantage of these processes, these facilities that are available. They are basically free. And most government institutions have these programs that are free. Other programs that are free, you need to take advantage of them. And there was a comment by one of the speakers, our venerable Naya Andani, that you need to formalize your enterprise. You can't work in a government institution, a government setup, in the export ecosystem if you don't register. You need to formalize your enterprise. You need to register with the Registrar General. It could be an enterprise, it could be a company, it could also be a partnership. Just form a partnership with somebody. Register. Okay? The sesame seeds you're selling by the street, register with somebody and team up. And come and register. That is the path to export. Okay? Next slide. Okay. So, with export promotion, our work is predicated or is hinged upon a strategy that is driving export. Okay? And this strategy is based on what we call 3 cardinal pillars. 3 cardinal pillars of supply-based expansion. Now, the supply-based expansion, we are looking at how do we expand export. There are numerous or many exportable products, more than 400 of them that we support. More than 400 exportable offers that we have. But you can't export what you don't have. So we encourage everybody to go into export. But what do? When you get in, we provide you with the support by providing you with what we call some input. As I speak, we have supplied more than 25 million pineapple seedlings for free to expand the pineapple base. We have done in many other projects, in cashew, in yams, and other projects. Similarly, you can't promote export if the regulation in your ecosystem is convoluted, is jammed. You need to streamline it to ensure that you have a very robust export environment. And we also provide export training. There is export school we organize regionally to build your capacity. We call it export school. Just come and learn the basics of export. It's highly subsidized for you to come and learn the basics of export. And when you come, you would really appreciate what we do. And based on consensus, about 120 organizations, there are about 17 priority value chains that we're promoting. We call them priority value chains. And that is what you see, here. We call it priority wheel, where we have 17 products that we are focusing. It cuts across all the projects that we're talking about. Next. Let me just rush. Okay, so let me go down specifically to some of the products that, that we can look at as people from the Zongos. Okay? Now, we're looking at cassava and other derivatives, including yams. Okay? I would add tubers to it. So generally the tubers. Now, we all know cassava. But how do we know the benefits of cassava? We don't only use it to cook fufu or turn it into high-quality powder to do tozafino. Now, we can apart from that, we can turn it into other derivatives. High-quality cassava flour, starch, gari. Nigeria, for example, is the largest consumer of gari. And the demand is so high, you can go into it, package it into some nice packaging, and export to Nigeria. You make a lot of money. Because export is that is where the money is. Because you sell in dollars, you produce in cedis and sell in dollars. Okay? Now, with cassava, you need for example, you need just about 7,000 Ghana cedis to do an hectare of cassava. Okay? And it takes about less than a year for you to have, the gestation period is about 7 months to 1 year. And when you put in good agricultural practices, that 1 hectare can give you about 22 to 25 metric tons of cassava. Decide to sell it in the market. 1 ton is about 1,500 cedis. Just do the mathematics and see how much you're earning. Just the market. You are not processing. You're just selling the fresh cassava to the market. Similarly, we have other calculations for other value chains, including pineapple, mango, cashew. You need about $2,500 to do 1 hectare. But remember, cashew, you can benefit from it for more than 20 years. The tree can last for 20 years. You invest this, and then every year, you would earn from it. Next one. Now, similarly, we have coconut. So we have done this for a lot of the derivatives. How much you invest in and how much you get in terms of earnings. Okay? If I pick shea butter, I know we don't grow shea butter. There are plans, to domesticate it. But that is not on a larger scale yet. We are still doing the wild picking. Now, there's huge opportunity, okay, in shea butter. And it has become the substitute for chocolate and other chocolate products. Most of these chocolatiers use shea butter as a base for making chocolate. Similarly, we have natural rubber. We have Asian vegetables. We have done these calculations for you to understand that if you don't have the capital, just team up with somebody, and then you would be able to go into export. Next slide. I have done for honey. We have some figures for honey for you and how much the world is consuming honey. It's about $2.6 billion. Just honey. That is the global market. Shea butter is about $2.94 billion. That is the global demand for shea butter. Okay? And Ghana, our exports of shea butter stand as $118 million. So if you are not participating in this, you are missing out. $118 million. And these are the countries we export to. Netherlands, Malaysia, Belgium, USA. They take our shea butter. So you would see our women producing shea butter. The shea butter ends in high supermarkets in the developed countries. Next slide. The global demand is there. USA is the largest market for shea butter. India is there. France is there. Netherlands. Next one. Coconut oil. The demand is about $1.85 billion. And Ghana is not doing badly at all when it comes to coconut oil. And then cocoa powder. That is our strength. We have a lot of cocoa. The unsweetened one, the bitter one. The global demand is about 2.97 billion as well. And the countries that demand it. So there are a lot of them. We have done these calculations for many of the products. Sesame, name them. So you just need to visit Ghana Express Promotion Authority for us to give you these figures and to further give you the markets that are lucrative for these products, including buyers. You can contact Ghana Express Promotion Authority for these figures. Next one. This is to give you, this is a dashboard. It's to give you a summary of what is happening in the export environment. You realize that Ghana's total merchandise exports is about 15 billion. And our import is about 21.4 billion. It means there's a deficit. We need to work on our exports. Without it, our city will keep depreciating. So we need to double up and export. You would see that even within around you, if you don't want to go to the EU, you can look at ECOWAS. The West African countries is the second largest consumer of products from Ghana. Burkina Faso is one of the biggest markets for us. And we are closer to Burkina Faso. Why don't we take advantage of Burkina Faso? And there are products that are doing well around the world. If you pick these products, for example, where Northern Ghana we are very good at. Okay? Basketwear, mat, height and skins, paintings, beads, traditional musical instruments. These are the top 10 when it comes to what we call industrial art and crafts. And we have provided them other sectors, the top 10 for you to look at. The presentation is there. We will leave it for you to look at all these products. There's more. Next slide. Now, finally, how do you export? Okay, I have said all these things to say, okay, how do I go into export? Point one, like I said, you need to register, you need to formalize, you need to have a legal status, a legal backing, whichever route you use, whether you're using enterprise or limited liability, that is your choice, okay? Now, when you finish, you register with GEPA because there are a lot of benefits. We're taking small-scale producers to many countries, from Nigeria to New York to London. As I speak, some SMEs are in London right now exhibiting. So you need to formalize and come and then get all the benefits, including all the benefits that I spoke about, the space, the exhibition space, and all that. You get it for free. So you need to formalize and then join and be able to benefit from all the services that I spoke to you about. You can, when you have a product, I saw somebody last week, I was doing a presentation downstairs here. Somebody came with a product called Kilishi. You know Kilishi? It's a chinchinga. It's well backed, okay? It's processed, well packaged, and exported to the USA. And the product was so nice, he came to register with us, and that is how you move. You need to add value. You can't just stay and be doing the normal chinchinga. No. You need to add value, and then you'll be able to export. And you would get certification from Food and Drugs Authority. He has all these, from Ghana Standards and Food and Drugs Authority. So you need to go through the loop. When you go through the loop, it is not difficult to export because exports don't attract any tax. Exports are tax-free because we encourage people to export. So basically, I think this should end the presentation. It's very short. We would wait for your questions when the time comes. For the meantime, I think the next slide is just to thank you very much for your attention, and I hope to receive more questions when we have time for questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A round of applause. Wow. Certainly an eye-opener. Thank you, Mr. Banda. A.Z. Khalifa, Head Services, Manufacturers and Petrochemicals at GEPA, for exposing us to the opportunities for Zongo youth within the export market. I think this is what the president saw and said that, let's just brace ourselves for the very last one, after which we shall stretch and then zoom into a time of questions and answers. We've talked about education, we've talked about health, we've talked about exports, but we can't deny that the next frontier is technology. So, we're joined by a very great friend, the CEO of Mineral Lab UK, who will talk to us about the role of technology in nation building and Ghana's digital transformation efforts. Would you please make welcome Mr. Max Bunda.
Hello, everyone. Honorable guests, distinguished guests, I don't know all of your titles, but I very much appreciate your presence here. And I hope to talk to you today a little bit about the role of technology in transforming Ghana and how it can be used for nation building. I'm CEO of Mineral Labs, a UK-based traceability company working closely with MIG on delivering some of their impact services. It's an honor to be here in person in Ghana and attending this event. And I would love to start by acknowledging all of the significant efforts that have already been done by the Ghanaian tech community, especially the government. There's been a dedication towards, a commendable dedication and commitment towards digitalization, which is positioning Ghana as a leader in this space and a leader within the African continent. This is a fact that even in Europe we can see, and when working with Maxwell, I originally met him through a conference in Italy, we recognize that, hey, there's a possibility and an opportunity to deliver great impact by having greater access to technology in an equitable and shareable way. We believe that by leveraging technology to improve the government's digital infrastructure, the government has set the foundation for innovation, but also economic growth. Statistics have shown that these digitalization efforts have facilitated the emergence of startup ecosystems, and new organizations are being formed every day, leveraging this technology to speak not only to Ghana, Africa, but to the world. The creation of a startup ecosystem is vital, and as a technology-based company ourselves, we're encouraged to see the dedication to this cause. This is all part of the reason why we felt incentivized to join forces with MIG and to join them in their many projects which we believe have the potential to drive growth and development in the Zongo and inner city communities. Maxwell Investment Groups and its partners are focused on using technology to address social issues such as poverty alleviation, education, and basic healthcare coverage, topics we've all heard about today. It is heartening to see MIG's commitment to these causes and also how these align with overall government objectives. For example, we provide a traceability solution that helps prove where products come from and how they're transited. And much like how the previous speaker was promoting exports, we help tell this story to help those exporters achieve higher value for the goods that they sell. We help consumers identify products are authentic and of high quality, and we provide accurate information about these commodities so that when that shea butter ends up in a shop in the Netherlands, where I originate from, we can tell the story of the women who were involved in that process and help them achieve a higher value for the goods that they export. We're excited about delivering this traceability solution on all of the agro-commodities MIG is working with and also further export partners within the region. In addition to our blockchain-based traceability solution, we've also developed a USSD-based system that bridges the gap between Web3 and blockchain topics you might have heard things about, and access from things with limited mobile network access and basic mobile phones. With our USSD system, users can access a range of services, from basic information about MIG and reporting circumstances of supply chains, all the way through to detailed tracking and reporting of where commodities originate from. Information like the results of this forum and surveys we will be delivering to those within the Zongo and inner city developments so that they can share their voice and ensure that it is heard by those who have access and the ability to make real change. And we believe that it's key to promote inclusive growth and development and ensure that nobody gets left behind on either the education front or that their voices are not heard. We also believe that technology has the potential to transform education and will be helping with delivering certain educational features via this USSD, and as one of your questions was earlier today, to collect feedback and ensure that we're building features and services that people will want to use and see real-world benefit from. I'm also excited about the prospect of delivering these high-value courses, as was mentioned by Honorable Banda, the Presidential Coordinator, and the Secretariat of the President. We are truly inspired by MIG's commitment to technology, their commitment to helping communities rise beyond their current circumstance, and we believe that together we can help build a more prosperous future for Ghana, and we are very proud to be part of this project and like to see where MIG is going in the future. We'll be welcoming all of your questions in a second. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Max Bunda. And so it's my pleasure to invite you all back on stage. Mr. Max Bunda, together with Mr. Khalifa. Let me invite Dr. Beatrice, please. And then my friend from Quaison. Yes, yes, yes. A round of applause as they come. All right, may I? And so as they prepare to receive your questions, your comments, your suggestions, allow me to invite my brother, Abdallah, as he just summarizes everything in Hausa for our brothers and sisters. Please.
I think a lot has been said, but I will do my best to do a bit of summary as far as the whole topic delivery is concerned. A takaice to akwai da dama sun yi bayani. A dunkule dai bayanin dinkan nasu ya ta'allaka ne akan yanda za a yi a samar muna ci gaba. Kun ji bayanai da ya fito daga ita matan da take batu na inshora akan yanda za a amfani da inshora domin a ga cewar mu da kuma amfani ko mun samu kariya ko mun samu ci gaba da muke so. Kana kuma ita matan da ta bayani da cewar ta fito daga jami'ar KNUST ta ce kofofinsu a buɗe domin su karɓe mu a hannu biyu. Ta ce abin da ke akwai shine wannan horo za a duba a ga cewar ina ne ya kamata a ba mu horo wanda yake zai taimaka mana ko mu samu ci gaba. A bisa hakan ta ce haɗin kai da yake sun samu tare da ofishin wato Ben Abdallah Banda da kuma ita wannan kafa ta MIG za a yi duba a kan zaɓaɓɓun maudu'u masu kyau wanda yake ya yi daidai da bukatunmu. An ba mu horo, bayan an ba da horon kuma a ba mu certificate. Ta ce certificate ɗin ba don kowane irin certificate ba, certificate ne da shugaban makarantar dan kanta ta sale ko ta sa hannu domin ya iya taimaka mana. Banda hakan kuma shi kuma abokin namu da ya fito daga export promotion ya nuna mana cewar idan muna son mu samu ci gaba kuma abubuwa da muke sarrafa a zangonninmu ya kai inda muke son ya kai mu samu kuɗin shiga, to dole sai mun nemi hanyar aikewa da waɗannan kayayyaki zuwa ƙasashen waje. Ya ce na daga ciki ne shine aikinsu. Ya ce aikinsu akwai dama kayayyaki da yake wannan na gwamnati ne da ke aikewa, sa'annan akwai na ɗaiɗaiku. Na ɗaiɗaikun ya yi misali da cewar kamar mutum kana cicinga ko wake ɗin da sauransu yadda za a yi packaging. In ce farko idan kana son kai maka shiga cikin wannan tsari na aikewa da kayayyaki da ke sarrafawa, na farko ya ce sai ka yi rajista. Bayan ka yi rajista kuma ka zo ka yi rajista da su na biyu kenan. Banda hakan kuma akwai wani irin karatu da suke koyarwa na kwana ɗaya biyu, haka wannan kuma za a iya baka training yanda za ka sarrafa ko yanda za ka tafiyar da harkokinka na wato aikewa da kayayyaki wato export kenan. Ya ce banda hakan kuma ya ce akwai giɓi na kayayyakin da ake shigowa da shi wannan ƙasar da kuma kayayyakin da ke aikewa, kenan ana buƙatar mutane da dama su shigo cikin wannan tafiya na aikewa da kayayyaki. Ya ce aikewa da kaya ba a biyan haraji, akwai kuɗi ciki sosai amma da yake ba mu sani ba. Ya muga misali da irin kayayyaki da ake aikewa, ya mana misali da rogo da sauransu da yake idan an sarrafa su kuma an yi noman su an business ɗinsu za a iya a aikewa da su. Ya ce waɗannan duka na nan. Ya ce kwanakin baya ya zo nan ɗin nan a ƙasa inda yake wani bayani presentation akan yadda za a taimaka mutanen su ma shiga cikin wannan sana'ar na export na aikewa da kayayyaki. Ya tarar da wani ya rika kilishi, ya sarrafa kilishin kuma ya yi mai packaging mai kyau, abin ya burge shi. Kuma kilishi ina yake fitowa, mu ne 'yan zango muke, mu ne aikinmu da sauransu, amma sai ya burge shi. Ya ce mutumin ya rajistan komi, Food and Drugs Authority ya rajista, Ghana Standard Authority duk ya je ya rajista, ya tabbatar da komansa na tafiya daidai. Ya ce yanzu haka da ake magana mutumin nan na aikewa da kilishi yana zuwa kasashen ketare. Ya ce abu ne wanda yake idan mun sani mun nemi ilimin su zai taimaka mu ma mu gina kanmu. Ya sa muna fatan alheri. Sauran bayanan da tambayoyin za mu yi tambayoyi wanda yake zai yi daidai da ainihin abin da muke so mu samu na ilimi kuma ya taimaka mana. Godiya muke. Thank you for the opportunity.
You'd agree with me that my brother Abdullah has done a yeoman's job. Please, a round of applause for him. In the translation, however, I heard antimony in it. I don't know whether you're hungry. We're joined by great friends of ours from the Inner City Development Council. Would you please make welcome the President, Sultan Ahmed Ni Noti Caesar. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're also joined by two Inner City Muslim chiefs, Nene Gamu Ningo and Ni Gamu Bawe Kukroko. Thank you very much for joining us. And so now for the next 45 minutes, we want to engage our resource persons here. Would you be kind as to share your name and your organization? I want to hazard a guess that you are from Cosmopolitan, but I just want to be sure.
Emmanuel Badu is my name, Head of Operations. Head of Operations.
Alexander Nyako Enim, Head of Sales.
And so, my dear fathers, mothers, brothers, and sisters, this is where we invite you to address your relevant questions to the resource persons. It could be 2-1, it could be 2, but make it short, make it just straight to the point. Questions, comments, suggestions, but if you want to prophesy too, we'll take it like that. Let me start with you there, sir. We'll take 5 in a row and revert to the panel.
Thank you very much. My name is Mohamed Abdul Hamid. I'm a project management consultant and trainer with PMLC in the US and then Cambridge Center of Excellence in Ghana and the UK. I'm here in the capacity of the Zongo Business Incubator, Sanakra Business Incubation Hub, that provides technical support for businesses in the Zongo community. We've been working for the past 5 years. My question is, I thought Dr. Maxwell was going to be there, but I'll put the question anyway. Okay, so I want to know, do you have plan to work with local, Zongo organizations in the Zongo community? I'm asking this because we work in the past with the Ministry of Inner City and Zongo Development, and we have relevant data about businesses in Zongo community. We spent 2 years to gather data on businesses in food. We enumerated 1,500 businesses. We have data on where they get their food supplies and all that, especially, and that is at the end of the agri value chain. We have all this data. My office is liaising with the Secretariat to see what is the best way we can make this significant information available to the public and all stakeholders to make use of. But my question is, do you plan to work with organizations like myself and many other that I know, Zongovation Hub in technology, which have an in-depth understanding of the orientation of the community? Do you plan to work with such organizations? Thank you.
Nice one. 4 more. Okay, I see hands here. Let me finish with this side and then I'll go there. Madam, I beg you in all the names of God. I beg you.
My name is Abdullah Jafaru. For Insurance Community Project, what measures are in place to ensure that community members have access to timely and quality healthcare services, even in remote areas?
Okay, let me come to this side. I see one hand here. Don't worry, I'll come. Let me take one here and then one here.
Okay. My name is Yakub Lantam Abdul-Jabbar, co-founder of Colsys, an IT company. First of all, in terms of collaboration, I want to know what MID is going to do in the tech sector, because we were also having that collaboration with the Zongo Ministry earlier on. We have built a platform where you can be able, as an artisan, or any other field in the Zongo community, you can be able to hire somebody to come and work for you. Even though if the fellow hasn't even gone to school, the fellow can use voice through the platform to be able to reach out to clients and a marketplace. We did this because of cybersecurity issues, the underlying issues concerning Zongo community in cybercrime. So is there any way that we can partner with such organizations to be able to move Zongo forward? My second question goes to Ghana Export Promotion Authority. In terms of IT service support, export of IT service support, is there anything concerning that for we in the IT industry? Thank you.
Okay, we take 2 more from here. Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Hafiz Abubakar. I work with Alpha Radio in Kumasi. This is obviously a very useful engagement. I commend the organizers. Throughout the presentation, I've not heard any specific tailor-made strategy targeting the people with special needs. And obviously, we have a sizable number in our Zongo community. So I want to know, probably there is something in the pipeline. Secondly, apart from being a broadcaster, I'm also a farmer. I'm into yam cultivation. I want Mr. Banda Halifa to help me. For instance, after going through all the formalities, registering with FDA, HIPAA, and the rest, do I need to travel with my yam to Canada? I understand there's a very lucrative market for yam in Canada. Or is your role to facilitate my product to a potential buyer there? I will be here enjoying my process. Thank you very much.
Let me take him, and then when I come back.
Thank you. My name is Baba Ali. Education financing in the Zongo community is a big challenge. Students who graduate from the basic to the secondary school, because of government policy, they don't have much problem. But those moving to the tertiary level, it's a big challenge to them. I want to find out whether there is any collaborative effort between the Zongo Development Fund and also the Secretariat under the presidency, whether there is any collaborative effort that has a facility to help those going to the tertiary institution. And in short, needy but brilliant students who want a facility that can push them to the tertiary level. Thank you.
Okay.
Assalamu alaikum. My intervention is going to be a very short one. I work at the Zongo Development Fund, and I understand the question that Baba just raised. And I also understand that the dignitaries on the high table may not have enough information to be able to respond to what he has said. So I'm sorry for the intervention, but I think that I need to clarify this issue. One of our basic responsibilities as a fund is to provide support for indigent Zongo students in tertiary educational institutions. As I speak with you now, we have offered such support to over 700 indigents from Zongo communities undergoing tertiary education. And our doors are still open. Under the leadership of Obrempon Dr. Arafat Suleiman, who is our CEO, our doors are always open. We provide support to indigent Zongo students in tertiary educational institutions. Thank you.
Lovely interventions, 1 to education, 2 to technology, 1 to GEPA. Let's start with Dr. Maxwell Ampong. You want to start?
Thank you very much for your question, Mo Ibrahim. Mo Ibrahim is, I call him a celebrity within the circles because he's very well known. His work is, it speaks for itself. MasterCard alumni, Youth Economic Forum. You are not unknown in the field. We all know the good work that you do. It's just that this strategy is more from the ground up. So the moment the opportunity came, I saw my big brother and I'm like, big brother, these are the ideas that my team and I are talking about. How do we go about it? And this is the first stage of many other stages that we are going to execute. I love the answer that just came. That answer I was not aware of. It is testament to why this forum is important. Because just like now Dr. Alhassan Andani said, we cannot go at this alone. I'll be frank with you, I didn't even know that facility was available until now. That way, through consensus and training programs and town hall meetings, just like Honorable Ben Abdallah Banda said, we can unearth the collective of the potential of the communities that form Zongo and inner cities to the benefit of all of us. So post this, stakeholder engagements will happen, which will definitely include you, your party, and I mean your entity, your company, and also your partners. We are trying to form an economic cluster, basically an economic block of sorts, but on a much smaller scale. So definitely we'll have engagements with you. I think the next question that was asked that I would address is nothing has been said about disabled, for the disabled. special needs. Yes. I think we are in talks with KSWAM to make sure that we custom make whatever impact products and impact service is being done by way of education. But even if you take education out of it, what is products? I first would like to explain the underlying mentality behind MIG, or what we call an impact product. So if this is the first thing we look at is the price. If it is too expensive for the people that are supposed to use it, let's assume a community doesn't have phones, but you go around and you're selling phones for maybe 10,000 Ghana cedis. It's not an impact product, it's a phone. So MIG is very sensitive first about price. We make sure that our impact products and impact services are affordable. Everything that we'll do, we'll make sure it's very affordable. Number two is accessible. If someone needs a phone and it's 1 CD and it's the best phone in the world, but the person cannot have easy access to it, what's the use of the phone in the first place? So we make sure that it's also accessible to the people that need it the most. Hence, our very nice partnership with Max Bunda to make sure that these projects are through USSD that's easily accessible to everybody else. The third thing addresses the question you asked, is the efficacy of the product or the service. If it's affordable and accessible, so you have a product from KSWAM that's affordable, it's accessible, but it's not efficacious, it's not having the effects that you want it to have because of maybe the way that it's being implemented or what is being implemented, then we do not call it an impact product or impact service. So you can be rest assured that my team at MIG and KSWAM are ticking all these boxes. And this is like I just told our celebrity here, Mo Ibrahim, that consensus and correspondence are being had to address all of these. We just didn't want to do it and come and tell you, as opposed to say, how can we do this? Now that he's asked, we know it is an issue that we have to strongly address, and then we proceed to the next steps. I'm sure my big brother, Ben Ablabanda, would want to add something to this. Thank you very much.
Just to profile a little more information on the mandate of the Zongo Development Fund and the Secretariat. Unlike other governmental institutions, whose mandate is restricted to certain specific areas. If you take education, their mandate is tailor-made for educational purposes. If you take agric, it's tailor-made for agricultural purposes. For us, within Zongo Fund and the Secretariat, I would say our mandate is at large. It's at large in the sense that anything that education can do, health can do, road can do, we can do. See, so our doors are open. Fortunately, we have two structures, the fund and the Secretariat. We are based at the Usu Castle. The fund is at Abelempe, headed by the CEO, who is here, Dr. Arafat. So we operate an open policy. Any idea that you have, you think we can collaborate, implement that idea, which will inure to the benefit of the people living in Zangos and then the inner cities. Please, you are welcome. Don't hesitate to come to us. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. I think the question to us is timely and quality healthcare to people in the remote areas. As a scheme, one of our core business to make healthcare accessible and affordable to our clients. In the area of affordability, I think we are in collaboration with MIG to take care of the cost. When we talk about accessibility, we have two types of accessibility. That is physical accessibility and financial accessibility. The financial care has been taken care of. With the physical accessibility, already we have over 800 providers across the country. At any point in time, when somebody needs health care within the Zongo community, the person is likely to lay hands on one of our facilities. In addition to that, it's going to be a collaborative effort within the communities in which we are going to operate. So we identify key people within the community to
collaborate with them and get facilities that are closer, that at any point in time, anybody that is on the scheme can run to for care. In addition to that, the government quest to provide quality healthcare to Ghanaians, we have CHIPS compounds and clinics dotted around. So at any point in time, there is a closer healthcare facility, which may be a CHIPS compound, which can give first aid. And then if the condition is above, there can be a referral point. So our brothers and sisters at the various communities in the Zongo and inner city are assured that at any point in time, the quality and the timely care will be delivered. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So I have two questions to look at. One is IT support, what we're doing in the IT and the related sectors. Let me say, maybe time did not permit me to elaborate further on our mandate. We do not restrict our operations to the tangible. Hello? We also look at my department, where I head, we call it trade in services. And services here, we are referring to IT and IT-enabled services. We're looking at education. We're looking at consultancy services. We're looking at medical tourism. These are intangibles, but they are exportable offers. We have value propositions in these sectors. Now, when it comes to IT specifically, we have various programs, including developmental and promotional. Now, with respect to developmental, we have teamed up with the Netherlands Trust Fund 5. We are collaborating with International Trade Center, okay, to provide support in terms of capacity to all IT and IT-enabled services, SMEs in the sector. We did this last year. We provided them support. Last 2 years, we organized the first Infotech Fair. I don't know whether you heard it. It was well publicized. We call it Infotech. It was virtual and in person, where we had people from Nigeria and other countries coming to look at the solutions our IT companies provide. The solutions. And we had some IT companies from the Zongos, some of them, some SMEs. We have a lot of them. And this year, for your information, we are teaming up with the Netherlands Trust Fund 5 to provide what we call international competitive bidding, capacity building. Now, if you're an IT firm, you realize that your idea, your apart from operating locally, you also want to have contracts. Let's say in Liberia. We have some IT companies, Ghanaian IT companies in Liberia, in Sierra Leone, and other countries. But remember, these contracts are not just lying down. You need a process to be able to bid for them. And a lot of us lack that capacity, that technical know-how to bid what we call internationally, international competitive bidding. So we're providing that training somewhere around June, July. So any IT firm here can contact, my card is here, you can take my contact, and let's see how we can help you to be, it's very competitive, the number, we're dealing with some huge numbers, but we would see how we'll be able to assist the companies to participate in that trade, because it's very crucial as a company that wants to go international. Now, the second question was about yams. I spoke about tubers, including yams. Ghana is one of the biggest exporters of yam. In fact, in last year, per our market analysis, we realized that Ghana was the largest exporter of yams. We were the largest exporter of yams. Nigeria is the largest producer, but they consume all. But we are the largest exporter of yam. We export to the USA, to Canada, to the Caribbean. And we have systematically taken through people. We have taken people through the process, and they are exporting. At least I have friends that are exporting now. Some of my Zongo friends, okay, exporting yam. And what they did was, if we can take it through the process, but ideally we need a buyer at the other end. If you have a relative there, they supply the supermarket. You need to supply the supermarket. And we can take you through the process of registration, finding the necessary certification. You need all that. Exporting is just not, you just carry your tomato and you're exporting. No, it doesn't work like that. Your exports will be rejected. You must go through the process. And when you go through the process, the buyers are out there. A 40-footer container of yam, before you go through the process, export from purchasing the yams, going through the process, shipment to the USA, will cost you about $160,000. It used to be less, but the dollar value has not changed. It used to be like 120,000. No, 120,000 Ghana cedis. So the total export from shipment to the procurement of the yams to export is about 160,000. You can say 1.6 billion old Ghana, you know, the old cities. Okay, that is what you will incur to export to the USA. But you need a buyer. And consistently, the person that we have coached, some of them, consistently they've made some good margins. Some good margins. Even this one, he sends it and the person sells it based on goodwill and gives him the money. I have sold it this much and this is what I have. And so he's making not less than 30,000 or 40,000 per container. So it is something we can talk further about it. You can approach us for us to look at it. We'll take you through the process and then how to, export and make some gains in that sector. Thank you. All the questions are answered. Education, okay.
Hello. Okay, so I think the question was about the disability, disabled folks, our friends, being able to take advantage of our courses. Yes, we've spoken to Dr. Ampon and MIG team about that subject. And we are looking at areas or courses that may be friendly for them and to be able to empower them as well. And some of the areas we're looking at is some ICT courses in graphic design. We're looking at call center operations and customer service. We are looking at phone repairs and general electronic repairs. Several others, but like he said, we'll have to come to you, do stakeholder engagement to find out the specifics on the ground and be able to custom make and design the courses that will be suitable for our disabled friends. So they are not going to be left out. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, and I remember we also had one question about technology and existing organizations. Both MIG and Mineral are actually working on a joint venture, which we'll be sharing more information about soon, which is all about digitalizing trust and ensuring that we can verify people are who they say they are and giving them a digital identity. So yes, of course, hiring people, finding these communities and finding people to work together with on building new organizations and blocks is something we are very much working on. It's in the pipeline, and we hope to share more on that front soon.
20 more minutes to engage. I shall take a rapid 5. Let me start with you, sir.
Thank you very much. Idris Al-Hassan, National JIMSA President. Every community survives on its cultural identity, and especially in your project Useful Affordable Education Drive, what are the plans at your end to ensure that students who are likely to go through the training would develop a strong cultural identity and as well take pride on who they are as a people of Zongo extraction? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am Ijara Larry. I am a farmer with Express Phenomenon Farms. We own and cultivate 1,000-acre farmland up north. And before I ask my question, I would like to commend the export promotions agency because I have been a beneficiary of one of your training programs in partnership with the ITC, which is QMS, Quality Management Systems. And so, to my question, Mr. Banda stated that to cultivate a hectare of cassava, you'd require 7,000 Ghana cedis capital. And then further stated that to cultivate cashew, $2,500, if I am right. To me, or for me, I cranked the numbers up, and to cultivate cassava on our 1,000-acre project, that's 2.8 million Ghana cedis, and to cultivate cashew on the same amount of land, that's $1 million. And we are talking about huge capital. Whether we collaborate or whatever we do, in order to raise that capital, we must know where it is. And so for someone who is on the ground, my question is, Nasikano him, because throughout this interaction, I've not heard any, except for the chief of Gushogu, Gushogu, Pishugu, Alasan Dani, yes. You mentioned equity. I've not had any impression of where to get the money. So can we have that kind of response?
Thank you very much. My name is Alaji Zubero. I have two set of questions. The first one goes to Dr. Maxwell Ampon. I want to find out, a lot has been said with regards to agriculture, Maxwell Homes, the education drive, and so on. So what does one need to do in order for the person to get involved with MIG? For instance, we have people coming from various places throughout the country. So if, let's say, I happen to be a farmer, or I know someone who is farming, let's say, soya bean, what do I have to do in order to get in touch with your company? That's the question. And then the second one goes to Max Bunda. You spoke about technology and then the use of USSD code. What are some of the advantages to us if, for instance, we want to be using the USSD code? Thank you very much.
Let me come to this side. I'll greatly appreciate a question or contribution from a woman. Where are all my women? Okay.
Thank you very much. I'm Shaibu Mohammed Adoko, Deputy Nasara Coordinator, Central Region. What mechanism will be put in place to ensure ongoing communications and feedback between the project teams and the Zongo and inner city community leaders? Secondly, after this forum, what else? Thank you.
Okay, we have good news for you. We shall take two more. Where are my women? Okay.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all. I'm Shaib Uzur Kanin, Deputy Nasara, Eastern Region. My question is directed to Honorable Ben Abdallah. Please, you talk about, in your presentation, you talk about bamboo, and I'm much interested in it. And the question is, what measures are being taken to ensure that the bamboo and agro commodities project contribute to long-term job creation and skills development in Zongo and inner city communities? Thank you.
Thank you. We shall take one more. Going, gone. Experts, I'll leave you to answer, and then Dr. Maxwell Ampong will have the last word.
I guess I have the microphone, so I'll quickly answer the question about the USSD. The key about USSD is accessibility and simplicity. So what we specialize in is connecting the most modern cutting-edge technologies to something that everybody can access on their phone, whether they have a data bundle or not at all. We find it really important to make it easy and to lower any barriers that might exist to getting in touch with MIG. So for example, this is a feature that's live today in the USSD. There's a Talk to MIG button. You click it, and someone from the MIG team will reach out to you and begin that conversation and help you get involved. And you don't need to have a data plan. You don't need to have a smartphone. You can do it from a Nokia. And this is really why we believe that for services to truly have impact, like Maxwell said earlier, it needs to be accessible. And this is why we've partnered with MIG to help deliver a lot of these features which would traditionally require a smartphone or would require maybe even a PC, all the way down to Nokia's phones without having the need for any apps. And we're continuously developing on this. So we've developed a modular system, which means as MIG releases new features, as Maxwell Homes becomes a thing, as education becomes more prominent, we'll be able to deliver these via the USSD to users without any extra complexity, and it's something that doesn't require any additional education, which is again really important to us, is that these features we're building are accessible.
Hello. There was a question on support, financial support with respect to commercial plantation of cassava. You know, what I did was to give you, let's say, an overview of how much it will cost you to do a hectare of cassava. If we are talking commercial cultivation, that is another issue, because if you want to do about 1,000 hectares, that would be quite expensive, and you would need collaboration. Now, there's a program running right now, Ghana Export Promotion Authority. We are collaborating with a Chinese firm called TIAST. And what we're doing is a tripartite committee, or tripartite, 3 organizations coming together: Stanbic Bank, Ghana Export Promotion, and TIAST. What they're doing is that whoever wants to go into cassava starch production, they are specific on cassava starch and some aspect of high quality cassava flour, is that you would have to get the land. If you have the land, okay, and some commitment, Stanbic is ready to provide you between 70 and 80% of the cost of the processing machine. The processing machine is provided by TIAST, the organization that has brought this idea to the country. They will provide you with the machinery, and the cost ranges between $2.5 million and $6 million. Like you said, it's expensive. But Stanbic will step in and provide you with about 70 to 80% of the cost of the machinery. But you will need to have the land. You need to cultivate it. You need to cultivate. You need to have outgrowers. If you can't do 5,000 hectares, you may do 3,000, and then you would have outgrowers. And then the TIAST organization would also be the off-takers of the cassava starch. So they are providing you with the machinery. When you produce the starch, they will buy it from you. So they are off-takers. You don't have to struggle with marketing your cassava starch. So that facility is still available. And some people are, promoting the project. And we have a couple of other projects dotted around the country. So there are opportunities. Even if you have a very laudable project proposal, Exim Bank is still there. You can come through expert promotion where you'll be recommended to Ghana Exim Bank. Of course, that is what they've been established to do, to provide support to the exporter community. So the support is there. You need to come for us to look at your proposal, project proposal, and see how the assistance can be extended.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, awesome. So one gentleman asked about cultural identity in our education. Basically, what I can say is we know Ghanaians, we are very diverse, but we are very tolerant of each other. And we are very, 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 Ghanaian in what we do. So our courses, though not specifically to train us in, being Ghanaians or having any courses in cultural identity per se, I think that as we go into the communities, we know that we have to respect the culture and the structure in the Zongo community. And we know that, for example, if it's a Friday and there's a training, we have to give room for our Muslim brothers to have their prayers and all of. So we'll be very tolerant and very, culturally sensitive to certain things as we undergo the training. Okay, if it means bringing a course is in an area where we have to bring a foreign lecturer or a facilitator, we have to make sure we orient them to know the cultural rules in the communities we'll be visiting. So yes, that will be taken care of. Thank you for your question.
My question has to do with what is the long-term benefits to the Zongo and inner cities communities. I think one of the reasons why people don't venture into farming is that at the end of the season, would there be off-takers to buy the product and sell the products elsewhere? That is one of the contributing factors inhibiting against farming. And that explains why a lot of people are not going into farming activities. Otherwise, farming is very lucrative, except that at times it's labor intensive and then capital intensive. I said in my speech that there is already a market. The market is through Maxwell and Investment Group. They are ready to buy your soya beans, to buy your maize, to buy your bamboo, to buy your sesame seeds and export them. And at the end of the day, you earn some money out of this whole business. The next question has to do with what is the communication strategy. We have rolled out a communication strategy. At the Zongo Development Fund, we have people who speak for the fund, and on our end, as the secretariat, we have people who speak for the secretariat in respect of some of these issues that we have been talking about. But apart from that, we have other speakers across the length and breadth of this country who day-to-day speak for the government, who day-to-day speak for the secretariat, in the fund. We are going to use this avenue to make sure that information is disseminated to every corner of this country for people to understand and appreciate what we are doing at our end and what we are doing at the Zongo Development Fund in collaboration with MIG. I think the next issue has to do with losing identity. I am really unable to answer this particular question because I know that you lose your identity when you lose track of where you're coming from. You lose your identity when you fail to speak your language. And speaking your language also starts from home. If parents don't speak their indigenous languages to their children grow up and they are unable to speak their language. So that is the genesis of some of us losing our identity. We lose our identity right from home. And point number 2, as this program unfolds, from time to time, we interlace the program with the explanation given by our Hausa expert. We are doing this because we know that the target group is in Zangu. The target group is not anywhere. The common language or the commonest language that we speak, which everybody understands, is the Hausa language. That is why we speak English and we speak Hausa at the same time. And I also think that it's a responsibility of those of us having to find ourselves in certain places or in certain endeavors to make sure that we don't lose our cultural identity. Because if you lose your cultural identity, if you lose your history, it means that you've lost even your destination. You don't even know where you are going. For instance, I speak my mother's tongue. I also speak my father's tongue. And I speak Hausa in addition. I speak English. I haven't lost mine. And I believe, likewise, many of us sitting here can well speak their language in addition to any other language that they can speak. So losing our identity, to me, starts from the home. If we are able to train our children what they should do, what they shouldn't do, the language that they speak, what is it that is not good that they shouldn't do or they shouldn't speak, I think that it goes a long way. But it goes a long way to ensure that we don't lose what we are, and we don't lose how we are, and we don't lose where we are going to. Thank you.
Awesome, awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our very resourceful panel. Thank you very much for shedding light on our theme through your various areas of expertise. And so, our very venerable chiefs, Nache, you come to us today as the Paramount Chief of Sanerigu, together with your sub-chiefs and elders, and you also happen to be a board member of the Zongo Development Fund. This is what we have done as your children at MIG, together with the Zongo and Inner Cities Development Secretariat. If it's pleasing to you, we ask for your blessings through your closing remarks. Nache, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together as we receive Nache for his closing remarks. Oh, okay, you can go. Oh, you want? Okay.
Thank you very much, Coordinator. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I believe we've all had a very wonderful time today at this MIG and Zongo Secretariat forum. We've gone through quite a bit, And I am happy that although we started a bit late, we are finishing nearly on time. So my comments will be brief. We started with the coordinator, the Zongo and Inner City Secretariat, who outlined a number of programs and actions that his office is undertaking in collaboration with MIG. And these included in fields of agriculture, health, education, and many more that we would all want to keep in mind and follow up eventually to benefit therefrom. I remember one or two words from our guest of honor's presentation: aggregation of effort. We should work together for the benefit of economies of scale, and that will also facilitate the various policies to be made available to us if we are organized in small groups. He mentioned the groundnut fryers, for example. It looked like a joke, but it's very serious. It is a way of saying that in whatever field that we may find ourselves, we can come together to add value and take advantage of economies of scale. We need to note that and pursue same in whatever activities we are dealing with. A question was asked about the role of chiefs. We're talking about Zongos, so he focused on Zongo chiefs, which is very important. If Zongo chiefs have ideas, they are with the people, and they can bring them up and discuss with their elders and opinion leaders within their communities and lead them to appropriate institutions such as the Zongo Development Fund, or contact the coordinator, or MIG that has just been introduced to us. And of course, JEPA is an important cog in the wheel of external trade and, of course, investment. And chiefs outside Zongo areas also have a contribution, because the Zongos are located in our traditional areas. They are on our land, and invariably we work quite closely with the Zongo chiefs in the pursuance of whatever objectives policymakers and stakeholders have to the benefit of our Zongo communities. Chief Andani mentioned the example of accommodation and housing. He talked, look, we have sprawling Zongos, thousands of houses on several thousands of acres. If we start to go up, we will decongest the Zongos and leave a lot of valuable land for other productive ventures. And it's not only in Zongos. I've always believed that the state needs to start going there. Let's start going vertical. We can still have all the space we need to stretch our short legs in the high-rise buildings. It's good that government takes this into consideration. We were told about the importance of technology. Of course, I won't talk about that. It goes without saying. If you want development, sustainable development, it's technology. Technology will help you take best advantage of the available resources and produce to the required standards of quality and in every respect. And we should come together, aggregate to take advantage of economies of scale, and produce to generate wealth for ourselves, not for others. The role of women in Zongo communities has been highlighted. Women clusters in various protective ventures will not be out of place. We've had so many interesting presentations, and your questions have thrown further light. Useful, affordable education drive. I think NUCS and KNUST is partnering MIG, I suppose, with the involvement of the coordinator's office and possibly Zongo Development Fund in this initiative. Most welcome. Dr. Amponsa on insurance, on transforming healthcare, cosmopolitan health insurance, on transforming healthcare access within Zongo and inner communities. Of course, health is everything, and you are covered if you are insured. He's mentioned they are poised to partner with MIG to contribute effectively to this project. And then JEPA on export opportunities for Zongo youth. Benefits of exports for national development cannot be underestimated, including impact on exchange rate, and attention has been drawn to non-traditional exports, providing skills to youths and setting them up in productive ventures for export. Enterprises need first to be formalized to take advantage of the multiple facilities that are available in both the private and public domains. So if you formalize and particularly aggregate, JEPA is in a position to help you push forward your work and educate you, direct you on how to get your products on the external market. Mr. Max Buenda, the word I remember is traceability solutions. My understanding of traceability solutions is with that, your products cannot be, let's say, impersonated. Max, do I get you right? So if you have a good brand and you adopt traceability solutions, you take your goods to the US, somebody takes your goods like yours to the US or elsewhere and claims to be coming from you, traceability solutions will tell them that it does not come from your company and your brand will be protected. Your reputation will be protected. The concern that I have with Ghanaian produce is usually on quality standards, quality and health standards. Of course, we have the Ghana Standards Authority. I don't know who is in charge. JEPA? What role is JEPA or Standards Authority and the state as a whole taking to ensure that we do not export substandard goods which are eventually returned and find their way into the supermarkets? Because I suppose it is our best that we are exporting. So if we send our best elsewhere and is returned and we gleefully consume poison, I think we shouldn't only be talking of standards and quality for exports, we should be doing same for our internal consumption. Since there is somebody from KUST on the podium, I remember I read in the media about a research which revealed that we had, was it DDT in what do we call that? the green big one with the red inside that we watermelons. In watermelons. And it's on our market. Who is doing something about that? Who is doing something about that? And on our roads, I used to buy a lot of things on my way from and to Accra, Kumasi. I no longer do that because you take the produce away and you open the beautiful things and it's rotten. We've seen instances of palm oil being exported and returned because of unauthorized elements being added to it. We should see to that not only for foreign consumers, but for our own domestic market. So quality, health, quality, and then one other aspect that we need to look at is the consistency of our products. You take shea butter or pineapples to a country, and they say, very good. They even come, they test, they say, good quality. Then they go supply us in X quantities, and you are not able to meet the standards. So JEPA and concerned institutions, the state needs to take a lot of interest in seeing to it that we set the standards for our own consumption, and it will flow outside to the benefit of our country. And we've been talking of agriculture, and my big concern is the continuous use of agricultural chemicals that are uncontrolled. I believe on the international level and even nationally, DDT is supposed to be a banned substance. How does it find its way into our market? That alone is a disincentive to export. Because if people know all these things, it's not going to help. The coordinator is not looking at his watch. But I'm looking at mine. So I thank once again MIG and the coordinator's office, and for the brilliant panel that we've been able to constitute on the podium for the presentations, and for the very, very, very active participation of all members. I have enjoyed your cooperation with the support of our very able Mr. Ajololo, who served as MC. MIG, congratulations. Coordinator, congratulations. I thank you all for your attention.
But you bear me out that the greatest thanks of all must go to our very resourceful chairman, ladies and gentlemen, sharp in his thinking, very eloquent in his views. Would you please put your hands together for the Paramount Chief of Sanalugu and a board member of the Zongo Development Fund. We thank you ever so much for availing yourself and making us really understand what it means to explore various avenues out of these very difficult times. I know you are hard-pressed for time, but allow us to just say thank you to you, please. It falls to the Deputy National Communications Director of the NPP, Hajia Rabi Salifu, to render thanks, after which our distinguished chairman will take leave of us, and then we shall bring everything to a close. Please, a round of applause for my sister as she comes.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Honestly, I'm very much touched, quite emotional, and grateful to be given this opportunity. It's a very rare one. Why do I say that? I have a chain of fathers here whom I know today would go home knowing that their prayers hasn't been in vain. Because they do train us, they pray for us, and manifestation of such is always necessary. I'll first of all thank our Almighty God for having this successful program. We indeed thank him so much. His Excellency, the President of Republic of Ghana, is much appreciated, and I want to thank him for giving us strong leadership of Zongo Development Secretariat. When I first met Mr. Arafat, I had hope. Then interacting with Mr. Ben Abdallah, I said, Alhamdulillah. We are very much grateful. I wish to thank all partners here, our very resourceful panel, for taking us through. You all did fantastic job. I could see from me that there is hope at the end of the tunnel. Our chiefs are here. And yaba, because fortunately, I am from Sanargu constituency, and I was just whispering to Honorable Chief Andani that whenever I see you, and fortunately, when I came in, I went to my father, Sheikh Udalu. I'm from Tamale Zongo, so certainly he knows very well that I am here and I should go and report. So I said to him, Baba, we are always proud of you people. Not to be very discriminative, they are for us all, but I know what I can relate to today. We thank you very much for this wonderful session. The Nasara coordinators, I have been part of you. I'm still part of you. I am very proud of the progress we are making as a people. A very special one, this one I'll be extremely biased, to Honorable Ben Abdallah. Why you? Because it takes a good person to identify people like MIG. It takes wisdom to see what's good for you. And you did mention identity. We are proud of you. We know you are part of us. We love you. We know you love us. MIG, we are very grateful to you people. We can feel hope from here. And I strongly believe we will collaborate. We would volunteer. And God shall see us through in this whole transformation. Alhamdulillah, we thank you all for coming. Thank you very much.
One more time, help me celebrate my sister, Hajia Rabi Salifu. Wow, wow, what a time it has been. And so I think all that needs to be said has been said, all that needs to be done has been done. Let's just have one word of the way forward. It is said that if you need something said, you call a man. And that's why you call Jerry Ajolo. But if you need something done, who do you call? You call a woman. And that's why I believe it falls to Lucy Kuranche. She's the blood sister of Dr. Ampong. She's our head of operations, MIG, and she will give us a picture of the way forward. Please, a round of applause for her.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lucy, Head of Operations for Maxwell Investments Group. So with Maxwell Investments Group, we buy agricultural commodities like soya beans, cashew, shea nuts, and the likes. So mostly the farmers grow it, and then they call us and tell us they want to supply us. So if you want to supply us, you call the company number. It will definitely come to operational team. I'll receive it, and then we'll draft some contracts and other things, tell you the terms we have. Maybe with soya beans, we know we have machine clean, hand clean, and other things. Cashew has its own terms. So we discuss it with you. We discuss the price with you. If you're okay, you supply to us and we'll buy it. So that is how Maxwell Investments, we operate with our commodities. Thank you very much. Okay, so the number is 055 393 1755. 055 393 1755. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And my number is 0244 849587. If you call me and I don't pick up, just send mobile money. I'll call you back. Like Wa up north and Kanda down south, ladies and gentlemen, Wakanda showed that blacks, or the black race, is capable of also transforming the world if we come together. The call has been made. Na and Danny was so eloquent in it. Can we just come together and celebrate what God has given to us, our collective strength as Zongo and inner city people? And if we do, I believe we shall take Ghana by storm and contribute our quota to the socio-economic development of our country. I thank Allah for this day, and I pray His blessings upon all of us and upon this enterprise we have undertaken. Shall we rise and in one spirit receive for the final blessings for today our sister from Kepa, Dr. Mrs. Beatrice Amponsa. A round of applause as she comes. Sorry, Cosmopolitan, I beg your pardon, is the devil. Kai.
Shall we pray? Ever merciful and gracious God, we are so grateful to you for a day and a time like this. We started with you and we've ended successfully with you. It's our prayer that you take us back to our destinations safely. Father, this project is a project to impact the lives of humanity. Let this project be an oak tree, a project that will be flourished and for eternity, for all of us to be able to taste of it. It's our prayer that you continuously bless all of us. At the end of it all, we'll give glory unto you. This we ask through Allah in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Madam, please join us here. Mr. Sound, ladies and gentlemen, we have lunch for everybody. They are in parks. As you go, you'll be handed. But let's take one final photograph. Nache, please, would you join us as we take one photograph down here? All the members of the panel, please remain on stage as we have our official partners join us. Our inner city chiefs and elders, together with Nache, our convener, the MIG group. Let's have our presidential coordinator and all our chiefs and elders once more. I invite you. We've made it. Congratulations to one and all. Let's have you for one last photograph, please. All right, my Muslim students, you